Hey there, tonight we're stepping into something truly peaceful, something that might change how you understand the quiet wisdom hidden in simple community life. We're exploring the gentle world of Animal Crossing, where every character carries a story of belonging, patience, and the profound contentment found in daily rhythms. This isn't just about a charming video game. Tonight, we're discovering how each resident of these virtual villages embodies timeless truths about living authentically, creating meaningful connections, and finding joy in life's smallest moments. So settle in, let your breathing slow, and prepare to receive guidance from a community that understands the art of living well. In the heart of every Animal Crossing village, there exists what might be called the invisible architecture of daily life. The structures, both literal and metaphorical, that allow a community to flourish with such remarkable harmony and gentle purpose. These are not the flashy characters who demand immediate attention, but rather the steady, reliable figures who create the foundation upon which all other village life can unfold naturally and peacefully. They are the guardians of daily rhythm, and their stories reveal profound truths about what it means to build something lasting and meaningful in a world that often prioritizes speed over stability, profit over people, and achievement over authentic connection. At the center of this foundation stands a figure who has become, perhaps unexpectedly, one of the most misunderstood characters in the entire Animal Crossing universe. Tom Nook, with his humble shopkeeper's apron and earnest demeanor, represents something far more complex and beautiful than the capitalist caricature that surface-level observers might see. His story is actually one of the most moving examples of personal transformation and authentic service that the Animal Crossing world offers, a testament to how our greatest wounds can become the source of our deepest wisdom and most generous contributions to others. Tom Nook's journey begins, as so many profound transformations do, with idealism and heartbreak. Long before he became the patient mentor figure we encounter in the villages, Tom was a young raccoon with dreams that burned bright and ambitions that reached far beyond the simple community life he now cherishes. He left his small-town origins, that quiet place where everyone knew everyone, and life moved according to natural rhythms rather than artificial deadlines, and ventured into the city with all the enthusiasm and naivety that mark youth's approach to conquering the world. The city, with its promises of success and recognition, initially seemed to welcome his energy and determination. Tom threw himself into the business world with the kind of wholehearted commitment that can only come from someone who believes that hard work and good intentions are sufficient to navigate any challenge. He was, by all accounts, successful in conventional terms. His ventures prospered, his reputation grew, and he began to accumulate the external markers of achievement that society teaches us to value above all else. But the city also introduced Tom to a figure who would become both his closest friend and his most painful teacher. Red, the fox who now wanders between villages with his questionable artwork and charming duplicity, was once Tom's business partner and, more significantly, his dearest companion. Their relationship was built on shared dreams, mutual respect, and the kind of trust that allows one person to be completely vulnerable with another. Tom, with his naturally generous heart and optimistic view of human nature, invested not just his resources but his emotional well-being in their partnership and friendship. The betrayal, when it came, was devastating not because it was dramatic, but because it was so thoroughly complete. Red, driven by his own fears and ambitions, chose personal gain over their friendship, leaving Tom not just financially damaged but spiritually wounded. The specifics of what happened between them remain shrouded in the kind of discretion that comes from understanding that some pain is too deep to be entertainment for others. What matters is not the details of the betrayal, but the choice Tom faced in its aftermath. He could have allowed bitterness to calcify into cynicism, could have decided that trust was a luxury he could no longer afford, could have embraced the kind of hardened approach to business and relationships that the city seemed to reward. Instead, Tom made a decision that would define not just his own life, but the lives of countless villagers who would later benefit from his hard-earned wisdom. He chose to transform his pain into purpose, his disappointment into dedication to creating something better. Rather than concluding that generosity was foolish or that community was impossible, he decided to build the kind of place where such betrayals would be not just unlikely, but unnecessary. He would create communities where success was measured not in individual accumulation, but in collective flourishing. This is how Tom Nook evolved from ambitious city dweller to the patient, nurturing figure who greets new villagers with such genuine warmth and careful attention to their needs. His famous payment plans, often mocked by those who see only the surface mechanics, are actually expressions of profound wisdom about human development and sustainable growth. Tom understands that true stability cannot be rushed, that lasting achievement must be built gradually, and that the most valuable things in life are worth working toward over time rather than acquiring instantly. When Tom offers a new villager a home with no money down and no interest charges, with payments that can be made whenever the villager is ready, he is not engaging in predatory lending, but in something far more radical. He is expressing faith in the individual's capacity for growth and contribution, creating a structure that allows that growth to happen naturally rather than under pressure. He has learned that forced growth leads to instability, that achievements reached through desperation or anxiety are often hollow, and that the most satisfying progress comes from steady, consistent efforts supported by a community that believes in your potential. Tom's relationship with Timmy and Tommy reveals another dimension of his transformation from wounded individual to wise mentor. These two young Tanuki appeared in his life at a time when he might have been tempted to close his heart to new relationships, to protect himself from further disappointment by maintaining emotional distance from others. Instead, he chose to open his life to these orphaned youngsters, not just providing them with employment, but with something far more valuable. He offered them a model of how to conduct business with integrity, how to serve a community with genuine care, and how to build something meaningful through patient, consistent effort. The way Timmy and Tommy speak, finishing each other's sentences and moving in almost perfect synchronization, is often seen as merely charming quirk, but it actually represents something profound about the kind of mentorship Tom provides. He has not tried to make them into copies of himself, has not imposed his personality or his specific approaches upon them. Instead, he has created an environment where their natural bond and their unique way of being in the world can flourish while they learn the deeper principles of service and community building. They are learning not just how to run a shop, but how to be reliable fixtures in other people's lives, how to be the kind of steady presence that allows others to flourish. Tom's daily routine reveals the depth of his commitment to the communities he serves. Long before other villagers begin their day, Tom is already at work, ensuring that everything they might need is available, that any problems are resolved before they can cause stress or disappointment. His shop is not just a place of commerce, but a kind of community anchor, a reliable constant in the midst of all the changes and developments that mark village life. He has transformed the potentially cold transaction of buying and selling into an expression of mutual care and support. The patience with which Tom approaches village development projects reflects his understanding that sustainable growth must honor both individual needs and community harmony. When he proposes improvements to village infrastructure, he does so not with the urgency of someone seeking quick profit, but with the careful consideration of someone who understands that he is helping to shape a place where people will build their lives and memories. Each bridge and incline, each shop and facility, is positioned with attention to how it will serve not just immediate convenience, but long-term community flourishing. Tom's relationship with debt and payment reveals perhaps his deepest wisdom about human nature and sustainable development. In a world where debt often becomes a source of stress, anxiety, and strained relationships, Tom has created a system where owing money becomes a gentle motivator rather than a burden. Villagers are never harassed about payments, never made to feel inadequate or irresponsible if they need time to gather resources. Instead, the debt becomes a kind of ongoing connection, a reason to keep building and improving, a structure that supports rather than constrains individual growth. This approach reflects Tom's understanding that financial pressure often prevents the very growth and creativity that make true prosperity possible. When people are anxious about money, they make decisions based on fear rather than wisdom. They take shortcuts that undermine long-term stability, and they miss opportunities for genuine advancement because they are too focused on immediate concerns. By removing the pressure while maintaining the structure, Tom creates space for the kind of thoughtful, sustainable development that leads to lasting satisfaction and genuine community prosperity. Tom's evolution from betrayed businessman to community builder also reveals his deep understanding of what authentic success actually looks like. The city had taught him that success was individual, competitive, and measured primarily through accumulation and dominance over others. His experience in the villages has taught him that true success is collective, collaborative, and measured through the flourishing of entire communities. His own prosperity is inseparable from the prosperity of every villager he serves. His satisfaction comes not from what he can extract from others, but from what he can help them achieve for themselves. The way Tom speaks about his work reveals this transformed understanding of purpose and meaning. He never presents himself as someone doing favors or making sacrifices, never positions himself as superior to those he serves. Instead, he speaks with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has found their true calling, who wakes each morning knowing that their efforts will contribute to something larger and more meaningful than personal advancement. His work has become a form of service that fulfills rather than depletes him, that connects him to others rather than isolating him in competition with them. Standing beside Tom Nook in the foundation of village life, though often underestimated in the depth of her contribution, is Isabel. Her cheerful efficiency and unwavering dedication to public service represent not just admirable personal qualities, but a profound understanding of what it means to serve something larger than oneself with joy rather than resignation. Isabel embodies a truth that modern culture often struggles to accept, that service to others and attention to seemingly mundane details can be expressions of the deepest wisdom and the most authentic spiritual practice. Isabel's approach to her work reveals someone who has discovered that excellence in small things creates the foundation for excellence in larger things. Her meticulous attention to village announcements, her careful tracking of public works projects, her tireless availability to help with whatever concerns arise, these are not the actions of someone trapped in bureaucratic drudgery, but of someone who understands that the quality of daily experience depends on countless small acts of care and attention. She has learned that there is no task too minor to deserve her best effort, no question too simple to merit her patient response. The cheerfulness that Isabel maintains throughout even the most challenging days is not superficial positivity or denial of life's difficulties, but something far more profound. It represents her understanding that her emotional state ripples outward to affect everyone she encounters, that her mood becomes part of the atmosphere that either supports or undermines community well-being. She has chosen to be a source of encouragement and stability, not because life is always easy or pleasant, but because someone needs to hold that space for others, and she has recognized this as her calling and her gift. Isabel's relationship with her twin brother Digby, who works in the city at the Happy Home Academy, reveals the depth of her commitment to family relationships and long-distance connection. Despite their different career paths and the physical distance between them, she maintains regular contact, sharing news about village life and staying connected to his work in helping families create beautiful homes. Their relationship demonstrates that love and support can transcend different life choices and geographical separation, that family bonds can be honored and maintained even when circumstances prevent daily contact. The way Isabel handles crisis situations reveals her capacity to remain calm and effective under pressure, while maintaining her fundamental optimism and care for others. When villagers come to her with complaints, concerns, or seemingly unsolvable problems, she responds not with irritation or dismissal, but with genuine attention and creative problem-solving. She understands that what might seem like minor issues to an outside observer can represent significant stress or disappointment to the individuals involved, and she treats each concern with the seriousness it deserves from the perspective of the person experiencing it. Isabel's dedication to making announcements about even the smallest community events reflects her understanding that acknowledgement and celebration are essential nutrients for community life. Her enthusiasm about fishing tournaments, bug-catching contests, and seasonal celebrations is not forced cheerfulness, but authentic recognition that these shared experiences create the memories and connections that make a place feel like home rather than just a location. She knows that someone needs to be the keeper of community joy, the one who remembers what deserves celebration and ensures that no moment of potential connection is lost to inattention or taken for granted. Complementing these foundational figures are Timmy and Tommy, whose synchronized presence in village shops represents something beautiful about mentorship, growth, and the patience required for true learning. Their identical speech patterns and coordinated movements might seem merely charming, but they actually demonstrate how authentic learning happens not through forced instruction, but through sustained participation in meaningful work alongside someone who models excellence and integrity. The way Timmy and Tommy complete each other's sentences and mirror each other's actions reveals their deep partnership and mutual support. They are learning not just how to conduct business, but how to work collaboratively, how to support each other's growth, and how to maintain individual identity within cooperative relationship. Their partnership demonstrates that competition is not the only, or even the most effective model for achievement, that sometimes the greatest success comes from finding ways to amplify and support each other's strengths, rather than trying to surpass or outshine one another. Their gradual development under Tom Nook's guidance shows authentic mentorship in action. Tom does not try to rush their learning or push them beyond their current capabilities. Instead, he creates environments where they can gradually take on more responsibility as they demonstrate readiness, where they can make mistakes without catastrophic consequences, and where they can develop confidence through successful completion of increasingly complex tasks. This patient approach to development recognizes that sustainable growth requires solid foundations, and that rushing the process often leads to instability and setbacks. The mystery surrounding Timmy and Tommy's origins and their exact relationship to Tom Nook reflects a beautiful truth about chosen family and intentional community. Whether they are biological relations, adopted sons, or young beings who simply found their way to Tom's care through life's unpredictable circumstances matters less than the love, commitment, and mutual support that characterizes their daily interactions. Their relationship demonstrates that family can be created through choice and commitment as much as through biology, and that the most important questions about any relationship are not how it began, but how it continues to serve the growth and flourishing of everyone involved. Finally, there is the transformed figure of Mr. Rossetti, whose evolution from frustrated enforcer to understanding guide represents one of the most moving examples of personal growth and the power of changing perspective that the Animal Crossing world offers. His original role as the mole who emerged to scold players who reset their games without saving represented a kind of rigid approach to rules and expectations that, while well-intentioned, often created more stress than benefit. Mr. Rossetti's transformation reveals someone who learned to distinguish between the letter of rules and their underlying purpose, between enforcement and education, between punishment and guidance. His deep frustration with villagers who seemed to disregard the value of persistence and commitment was not wrong in its underlying concern, but it was ineffective in its expression. Through his own growth process, he discovered that lasting change comes not through pressure and shame, but through understanding and support. The relationship between Mr. Rossetti and his brother Don illustrates how different personality styles can serve complementary functions in helping others grow and develop. Where Rossetti's intensity could sometimes overwhelm or discourage, Don's gentler approach could provide the patient encouragement needed for sustainable change. Together, they demonstrate that there is no single right way to help others, that different people need different kinds of support, and that the most effective guidance often comes from having access to multiple perspectives and approaches. Mr. Rossetti's new role in village life shows someone who has learned to channel his passionate concern for others into more effective and sustainable forms of service. His understanding that persistence and commitment are valuable qualities that deserve encouragement rather than enforcement has allowed him to become a genuine source of support for villagers who are struggling with follow-through and, quote, consistency. He has transformed from someone who punished failure into someone who helps prevent it, from someone who highlighted problems into someone who helps develop solutions. These guardian figures of daily rhythm each represent different aspects of what it means to serve others and build sustainable community. Tom Nook shows how personal wounds can be transformed into wisdom and generosity. Isabel demonstrates how attention to details and maintenance of positive energy can create an atmosphere where others flourish. Timmy and Tommy reveal how patient, mentorship, and collaborative learning can develop both competence and character. Mr. Rossetti illustrates how even the most challenging personality traits can be refined into genuine gifts when guided by wisdom and compassion. Together, these characters create the invisible infrastructure that allows Animal Crossing villages to function with such remarkable harmony and gentle effectiveness. They are the proof that community is not something that happens automatically, but something that must be consciously created and carefully maintained by individuals who understand that their personal fulfillment is inseparable from the well-being of everyone around them. They demonstrate that the most important work in any community is often the least dramatic, the patient daily attention to details and relationships that create space for everyone else to flourish according to their own nature and timing. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider these guardian figures and their quiet dedication to creating stability and support for others. Their stories remind us that meaning and purpose are found not in grand gestures or dramatic achievements, but in the consistent, patient work of caring for the details that make life beautiful and sustainable for ourselves and those around us. They show us that service to others is not sacrifice of self, but rather the path to discovering what authentic fulfillment actually feels like when it grows from love rather than ego, from wisdom rather than ambition, from understanding rather than mere good intentions. while the guardian figures we've explored create the stable foundation of village life. There exists another category of characters whose wisdom emerges not from rootedness but from movement, not from permanence but from the spaces between destinations. These are the wandering souls of the Animal Crossing world, beings whose very existence challenges our assumptions about what it means to belong, to find meaning, and to create connection across the fluid boundaries of time and place. Their stories reveal profound truths about the spiritual dimensions of travel, the gifts that come from living between worlds, and the particular kind of wisdom that can only be gained through embracing impermanence as a way of life. In the heart of every Saturday evening, as village life settles into its most relaxed and contemplative rhythm, a figure appears whose presence transforms the entire atmosphere of community gathering. K. Slider, with his guitar and his unhurried demeanor, represents something far more significant than entertainment or musical performance. He embodies the ancient tradition of the traveling musician, the wandering bard whose role in human culture extends far beyond mere entertainment into the realm of spiritual guidance, cultural preservation, and the creation of shared meaning through the universal language of music. KK's approach to his craft reveals someone who understands music not as commodity or performance, but as a form of communication that transcends the limitations of ordinary language. His Saturday night concerts are not shows in the conventional sense, with their emphasis on spectacle and audience reaction, but rather communal experiences where the boundaries between performer and listener dissolve into something more intimate and meaningful. He creates space for villagers to gather, not just to hear music, but to experience together the way that rhythm and melody can speak to parts of the soul that words cannot reach. The timing of KK's appearances reflects his deep understanding of human rhythms and the role that music plays in processing the experiences of daily life. Saturday evening represents a threshold moment in the week's cycle, a time when the work of the week is complete, but the rest of Sunday stretches ahead with its promise of renewal and reflection. It is the perfect time for the kind of musical experience that KK provides, where villagers can gather to let music help them integrate the week's experiences and prepare their hearts and minds for whatever lies ahead. KK's repertoire spans an extraordinary range of musical styles and emotional territories, from the gentle melancholy of ballads that help process loss and longing, to the energetic rhythms of rock and electronic music that celebrate life's vitality and possibility. His understanding that different moments in life call for different musical medicines demonstrates his role as not just a performer but a kind of musical healer, someone who intuitively senses what his audience needs and provides it through the mysterious alchemy of sound and rhythm. The way KK takes requests reveals his generosity and his understanding that music serves its highest purpose when it meets people where they are, rather than demanding that they adapt to artistic vision. When a villager asks for a particular song, KK responds not with the ego-driven concern about artistic integrity that might characterize a more conventional performer, but with the genuine desire to provide what will be most meaningful and helpful. He understands that his role is not to impose his preferences upon others, but to serve as a conduit for the healing and connecting power of music itself. KK's nomadic lifestyle represents a conscious choice to prioritize experience over accumulation, connection over possession, and the richness of diverse encounters over the security of familiar routine. His travels between villages expose him to countless different communities, each with their own rhythms, challenges, and celebrations, and this exposure creates a kind of musical wisdom that could never be developed through staying in one place. He becomes a carrier of cultural cross-pollination, bringing musical influences from one community to another and creating connections between places that might otherwise remain isolated. The guitar that KK carries is more than an instrument. It is a symbol of his commitment to simplicity and authenticity. In a world that often equates value with complexity and sophistication, his choice to perform with just his voice and acoustic guitar reflects his understanding that the most profound musical experiences often come not from elaborate arrangements or impressive technical displays, but from the direct, unmediated connection between musician and listener that acoustic music makes possible. KK's relationship with his audience during performances reveals someone who has learned to be fully present in each moment of musical connection. He does not seem preoccupied with past performances or future engagements, but gives himself completely to the current experience, to these particular villagers in this particular place at this particular time. This presence creates the kind of authentic encounter that makes each performance feel unique and special, even when he might be playing familiar songs that he has performed countless times before. The mystery that surrounds KK's life between village visits adds to his mythic quality, while also reflecting the privacy and autonomy that true artists often require to maintain their creative authenticity. He does not seek attention or recognition beyond the natural appreciation that emerges from genuine musical connection. His fame, such as it is, comes not from self-promotion or media manipulation, but from the organic spread of appreciation for authentic artistic expression and meaningful human connection. Moving through the same liminal spaces but with entirely different energy and purpose, we encounter Red, whose complex relationship with authenticity and deception creates one of the most psychologically interesting character studies in the Animal Crossing world. Red represents the shadow side of the merchant archetype, the figure whose questionable ethics and mysterious motivations force us to examine our own relationships with truth, beauty, and the sometimes uncomfortable connections between desire and deception. Red's history with Tom Nook provides crucial context for understanding his current role as purveyor of questionable artwork and suspicious bargains. Their past friendship and business partnership, which ended in betrayal and damaged trust, reveals Red as someone whose natural gifts for charm and persuasion became corrupted by fear, ambition, and perhaps a fundamental misunderstanding of what authentic success actually requires. His story serves as a cautionary tale about how our greatest strengths can become our most destructive weaknesses when they are not guided by wisdom and integrity. The artwork that Red offers, with its mixture of genuine masterpieces and clever forgeries, creates a fascinating meditation on the nature of authenticity and the relationship between original and copy. His forgeries are often so skillfully executed that they require careful examination to distinguish from authentic pieces, raising questions about what makes something genuinely valuable. Is it the brushstrokes of the original master, the historical provenance, the rarity, or something more subtle and indefinable? Red's business forces villagers to develop their own discernment and to grapple with questions that go far beyond simple commercial transactions. Red's lonely travels between villages reflect the isolation that often accompanies a life built on deception and manipulation. Unlike KK, whose wandering connects him more deeply with others through authentic artistic expression, Red's movements seem driven by the need to stay ahead of his reputation, to find new audiences who have not yet learned to be wary of his questionable offerings. His solitude is not the chosen solitude of the contemplative traveler, but the enforced isolation of someone whose behavior has created barriers to genuine connection and trust. Yet there are moments when Red's underlying vulnerability and perhaps even regret become visible beneath his smooth salesman exterior. His occasional references to his past with Tom Nook carry hints of loss and sadness that suggest his current lifestyle may not be entirely satisfying, that his cleverness and charm may be serving as defenses against deeper feelings of guilt, loneliness, and the recognition of opportunities for authentic connection that his choices have foreclosed. Red's role in village life serves an important function despite, or perhaps because of, his questionable ethics. He provides villagers with opportunities to develop discernment, to practice the kind of careful attention and critical thinking that authentic living requires. His presence reminds the community that not all charming personalities can be trusted completely, that wisdom requires the ability to appreciate someone's gifts while remaining alert to their limitations and potential dangers. The treasures that Red offers, even when authentic, often come with inflated prices that reflect his understanding of desire and the psychology of acquisition. He recognizes that people often want things more intensely when they seem rare, exclusive, or slightly dangerous to obtain. His sales techniques exploit these psychological patterns, but they also reveal them, potentially helping villagers develop greater self-awareness about their own motivations and desires. Drifting into village harbors with the predictable unpredictability of ocean currents comes Gulliver, the seagull whose repeated shipwrecks and subsequent amnesia create one of the most whimsical and philosophically rich recurring encounters in the Animal Crossing world. Gulliver's story operates on multiple levels simultaneously, as gentle comedy, as meditation on memory and identity, and as profound teaching about the relationship between intention and outcome, planning and surrender, ambition and acceptance. Gulliver's endless cycle of setting sail with apparent purpose, only to wash up unconscious and confused on distant shores, represents something deeply human about the relationship between our plans and life's actual unfolding. His repeated failures to complete his intended journeys might seem tragic or frustrating, but they actually reveal a different kind of success. Through his misadventures, he has inadvertently become a connector of communities, a bearer of gifts and stories between places that might otherwise remain isolated from each other. The amnesia that accompanies each of Gulliver's arrivals serves as a powerful metaphor for the freedom that comes from living fully in the present moment. Without memory of his original destination or the purpose of his journey, Gulliver must respond to each situation as it actually is, rather than as he expected it to be. This enforced presence creates opportunities for authentic encounter and genuine surprise that might not be possible if he remained focused on his original agenda. Gulliver's global connections, evidenced by the diverse array of international treasures he carries, reveal someone whose life has been enriched by exposure to countless different cultures and ways of life. His shipwrecks, while apparently random and unfortunate, have given him experiences and perspectives that no amount of successful, planned travel could provide. He has learned languages, tasted foods, heard music, and witnessed customs from around the world, not as a tourist consuming experiences, but as someone who has been genuinely vulnerable and dependent upon the kindness of strangers in each place he has landed. The way villagers respond to Gulliver's plight reveals the natural compassion that emerges when someone is genuinely in need of help. His vulnerability creates opportunities for others to experience the satisfaction that comes from offering assistance without expectation of reward, from participating in the web of mutual aid that connects all living beings. His repeated arrivals remind communities that helping others is not a burden but a privilege, not a duty but an opportunity to experience their own capacity for kindness and generosity. Gulliver's eventual departures, once he has recovered his strength and partial memory, demonstrate the cyclical nature of help and healing. He does not stay to become dependent or to turn rescue into ongoing obligation. Instead, he recovers enough to continue his journey, carrying with him not just his own restored vitality, but also the gifts and gratitude that will enrich his next unplanned destination. His pattern shows how authentic help empowers rather than diminishes recipients, how genuine assistance creates more capacity for giving rather than ongoing dependence. The treasures that Gulliver leaves behind, as thanks for villagers' assistance, represent the unexpected gifts that often emerge from acts of compassion and service. These items, often unique and beautiful objects from distant lands, symbolize how helping others frequently brings rewards that could never be planned or predicted. They arrive not as payment for services rendered, but as natural expressions of gratitude and the mysterious way that generosity tends to generate its own returns through channels that rational planning could never anticipate. Floating at the intersection of ocean and philosophy, we encounter Pascal, the sea otter whose presence in Animal Crossing waters brings with it some of the most profound and whimsical wisdom available in the entire game world. Pascal's approach to life represents a complete integration of Zen philosophy with the practical realities of daily existence, demonstrating how spiritual insight can be expressed through the simplest activities and the most ordinary encounters. Pascal's relationship with scallops provides a perfect illustration of his understanding about desire, attachment, and the art of letting go. When he requests scallops from diving villagers, he is not simply asking for food but offering a teaching about the nature of wanting and having, keeping and sharing. The scallop becomes a symbol of all the things we grasp for in life, all the treasures we believe we need to collect and possess in order to be happy or secure. The philosophical insights that Pascal shares in exchange for scallops reveal someone whose apparent simplicity masks profound understanding of life's essential mysteries. His comments about the nature of reality, the relationship between effort and outcome, the meaning of success and failure, demonstrate that wisdom often comes not from accumulating knowledge, but from developing the kind of perspective that allows us to see familiar things in completely new ways. His teachings are never preachy or dogmatic, but rather gentle suggestions offered by someone who has learned to live according to principles that bring peace rather than stress, contentment rather than constant striving. Pascal's floating lifestyle represents the ultimate expression of going with the flow, of allowing life's currents to carry him where they will, rather than struggling against them in pursuit of predetermined destinations. His ability to appear wherever scallops are being gathered suggests a kind of intuitive connection to the rhythms of ocean life, an attunement to natural patterns that allows him to be in the right place at the right time, without the anxiety and planning that usually accompany such coordination. The way Pascal approaches each encounter with fresh curiosity and engagement reveals someone who has learned to treat every moment as new, every conversation as an opportunity for discovery, every exchange as a chance to offer something meaningful. He does not seem bored by repetition or frustrated by the simplicity of his role in village life. Instead, he demonstrates how the most routine activities can become sources of joy and wisdom when approached with the right attitude and understanding. Pascal's teachings often focus on the relationship between individual effort and larger forces beyond personal control, helping villagers understand that success in life requires both dedicated action and willingness to surrender to outcomes that cannot be predetermined. His wisdom about riding currents rather than fighting them applies not just to ocean navigation but to all of life's challenges and opportunities. He understands that there are times for active effort and times for patient waiting, times for decisive action and times for graceful acceptance of what cannot be changed. The simplicity of Pascal's lifestyle demonstrates that happiness and wisdom do not require elaborate possessions or complex achievements, but rather the ability to appreciate what is readily available and to find meaning in basic activities like floating, diving, and sharing simple meals with friends. His contentment challenges materialistic assumptions about what constitutes a successful life, offering instead a model of fulfillment based on presence, gratitude, and connection to natural rhythms. Pascal's role as a teacher who appears randomly rather than on schedule reflects his understanding that the most important lessons often come when we are not actively seeking them, when we are engaged in ordinary activities with open hearts and receptive minds. His appearances, while villagers are diving for their own purposes, create opportunities for unexpected wisdom, demonstrating how life's most valuable gifts often arrive through channels we could never have planned or predicted. The way Pascal combines practical advice with cosmic perspective shows how authentic spirituality integrates earthly concerns with transcendent understanding. He does not retreat from daily life into abstract mysticism, nor does he get so caught up in practical concerns that he loses sight of larger meanings and patterns. Instead, he demonstrates how every moment and every activity can become a doorway to deeper understanding when approached with wisdom and genuine presence. These wandering souls of the Animal Crossing world each represent different aspects of what it means to live between fixed identities and permanent locations. KK shows how artistic expression can create profound connection despite the temporary nature of encounters. Red demonstrates how our shadows and failures can serve important functions in our own development and in the communities we encounter. Gulliver illustrates how surrendering control over outcomes can lead to richer experiences and more authentic connections than rigid planning ever could. Pascal reveals how wisdom and contentment can emerge from the simplest lifestyle when guided by deep understanding and genuine presence. Together, these traveling figures remind us that meaning and belonging do not require permanent addresses or unchanging circumstances. They show us that some of life's most important lessons and connections come through temporary encounters, unexpected meetings, and the willingness to remain open to whatever emerges from the spaces between familiar territories. Their stories challenge us to consider whether our own attachments to security and predictability might be preventing us from experiencing the fuller range of possibilities that life offers to those who can embrace movement, change, and the beautiful uncertainty of not knowing exactly where the next current will carry them. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider these wandering souls and their different approaches to finding meaning through movement rather than stability. Their wisdom reminds us that home is not always a place, but sometimes a way of being, that belonging can be created through authentic encounter rather than only through long-term commitment, and that some of life's most precious gifts come to us precisely because we are willing to let go of our plans and trust the deeper currents that guide all of our journeys toward whatever destinations serve our highest good and authentic growth. Beyond the wandering souls who bring wisdom through movement and temporary connection, there exists in every Animal Crossing village a group of characters whose profound dedication lies in the patient work of preservation, education, and cultural continuity. These are the keepers of knowledge, beings whose life purpose centers around collecting, organizing, sharing, and celebrating the accumulated wisdom of their communities and the larger world. Their stories reveal essential truths about how culture is maintained across generations, how individual creativity is nurtured and supported, and how the seemingly quiet work of education and preservation actually represents one of the most vital forms of service that any community requires for its long-term flourishing and authentic development. In the hushed sanctuary of every village museum, beneath the soft glow of carefully positioned lights that illuminate displays of ancient fossils, delicate insects, and swimming fish, presides a figure whose dedication to knowledge and learning represents one of the purest expressions of scholarly devotion in the entire Animal Crossing world. Blathers, with his bow tie and earnest demeanor, embodies the archetype of the scholar-curator, someone whose life has been shaped by genuine fascination with the natural world and deep commitment to making that fascination accessible and meaningful for others. Blather's nocturnal nature reflects more than simple biological programming. It represents a conscious choice to align his life rhythm with his authentic nature, rather than forcing himself to conform to conventional schedules that feel unnatural and draining. His nighttime hours of wakefulness mirror the schedules of many creative and intellectual workers throughout history, who have discovered that their minds operate most clearly and creatively during the quiet hours when the rest of the world sleeps. This alignment between personal rhythm and professional responsibility demonstrates how fulfilling work emerges when we honor our authentic nature, rather than trying to force ourselves into patterns that feel foreign or uncomfortable. The museum that Blathers oversees represents far more than a simple collection of objects. It embodies a philosophy about the relationship between past and present, between individual discovery and collective knowledge, between scientific understanding and aesthetic appreciation. Every fossil carefully positioned, every fish tank thoughtfully maintained, every insect display lovingly arranged reflects Blather's understanding that education happens not through forced instruction, but through the creation of environments where natural curiosity can flourish and authentic wonder can emerge organically. Blather's fear of bugs, often treated as mere comic relief, actually reveals something profound about the complexity of authentic passion and the way that even our deepest commitments can coexist with personal limitations and contradictions. His dedication to creating beautiful displays of insects despite his visceral fear of living specimens demonstrates how genuine service sometimes requires us to work through our own discomfort and limitations for the sake of something larger than our personal preferences. His willingness to accept bug donations despite his fear shows the kind of courage that comes not from the absence of fear, but from commitment to purpose that transcends personal comfort. The way Blathers responds to villager donations reveals someone whose enthusiasm for knowledge is both genuine and infectious. His detailed explanations of each specimen's characteristics, habitat, and significance demonstrate not just professional expertise but authentic fascination with the natural world that has never been diminished by familiarity or routine. His ability to find something interesting and valuable in every contribution, from the most common fish to the rarest fossil, reflects his understanding that wonder and appreciation are choices that can be cultivated and shared, not just automatic responses to extraordinary phenomena. Blather's relationship with his sister Celeste reveals the deep bonds that can exist between family members who share intellectual passions while pursuing different aspects of knowledge and understanding. Their mutual support and genuine interest in each other's work demonstrate how family relationships can serve as sources of encouragement and inspiration rather than competition or obligation. Their different but complementary areas of expertise, terrestrial natural history and astronomical knowledge, show how diverse interests can enhance rather than fragment family connection when approached with mutual respect and curiosity. The quiet dedication with which Blathers maintains the museum exhibits reflects his understanding that preservation and education require constant, patient attention to details that visitors might never notice, but that determine the quality and longevity of their educational experience. His work happens largely behind the scenes, in the careful climate control that preserves delicate specimens, in the thoughtful lighting that enhances rather than damages displays, in the regular maintenance that keeps everything functioning smoothly and safely. This invisible labor demonstrates how meaningful work often consists of countless small acts of care and attention that create the foundation for others' discovery and learning. Blather's approach to museum education reveals someone who understands that effective teaching happens not through lecturing or overwhelming visitors with information, but through creating opportunities for self-directed discovery and organic curiosity. His exhibits are designed to invite exploration rather than demanding attention, to reward careful observation rather than requiring extensive background knowledge. This approach reflects his respect for visitors' autonomy and his confidence that genuine interest and appreciation will emerge naturally when people are given space and encouragement to engage with material at their own pace and according to their own interests. The scholarly community that Blathers represents, with its emphasis on careful observation, systematic organization, and generous sharing of knowledge, provides a model for how intellectual work can serve community welfare rather than just personal advancement. His commitment to making the museum's collections freely available to all villagers, regardless of their background or previous education, demonstrates his understanding that knowledge belongs not to specialists, but to everyone, and that education serves its highest purpose when it enriches entire communities rather than just creating elite classes of experts. Ascending to the museum's upper levels, during clear evening hours, we encounter Celeste, whose astronomical expertise and crafting knowledge represent a beautiful integration of scientific understanding with practical creativity, of cosmic perspective with earthly application. Celeste embodies the archetype of the wise woman who connects earth and sky, who understands both the vast patterns of celestial movement and the intimate details of creating beautiful, useful objects with patient handiwork. Celeste's nocturnal presence during meteor showers and clear nights reflects her attunement to natural cycles and celestial events that most people miss due to their conventional schedules and indoor lifestyles. Her availability during these special moments creates opportunities for villagers to experience wonder and perspective that can only come from direct encounter with the night sky, from the humbling recognition of their place within cosmic vastness that stretches far beyond the boundaries of village life and daily concerns. The star-themed crafting recipes that Celeste shares represent a unique fusion of astronomical knowledge with practical creativity, demonstrating how scientific understanding can inspire and inform artistic expression rather than competing with it or diminishing its value. Her ability to translate celestial patterns into decorative items for village homes shows how education can serve not just intellectual development, but aesthetic enrichment, helping people create environments that reflect and celebrate their connection to larger cosmic patterns and natural rhythms. Celeste's gentle demeanor and patient teaching style reflect her understanding that astronomical knowledge can feel overwhelming or intimidating to people who have never considered their relationship to celestial phenomena. Her approach makes cosmic perspective accessible and personally relevant rather than abstract and distant, helping villagers develop appreciation for their place within universal patterns without feeling diminished by the vast scales of space and time that astronomical study necessarily involves. The way Celeste shares her knowledge reveals someone who has learned to communicate complex scientific concepts through metaphor, story, and hands-on activity, rather than through abstract explanation that might confuse or discourage non-specialists. Her crafting instructions serve as vehicles for astronomical education, creating opportunities for villagers to internalize celestial patterns through the physical work of creating beautiful objects that will remind them of their cosmic connections long after their conversations with her have ended. Celeste's relationship with seasonal events and natural cycles demonstrates her role as a keeper of temporal wisdom, Someone who understands how human communities can align themselves with larger rhythms that promote both individual well-being and collective harmony. Her appearances during specific astronomical events help villagers develop awareness of natural timing and seasonal celebration that connects them to patterns far older and more reliable than the artificial schedules that often dominate modern life. The serenity that characterizes Celeste's presence reflects someone who has found deep peace through contemplation of cosmic perspective, who has learned to hold both the significance of individual life and the vastness of universal context without being overwhelmed by either. Her calm wisdom demonstrates how scientific knowledge can serve spiritual development rather than undermining it, how understanding natural patterns can increase rather than decrease appreciation for the mystery and beauty of existence. Moving from the celestial to the practical, we encounter in the village tailor shop a figure whose quiet dedication and gradual opening to friendship represent one of the most touching character development stories in the Animal Crossing world. Sable, positioned behind her sewing machine with focused concentration and initial reserve, embodies themes of responsibility, sacrifice, creative fulfillment, and the slow process through which trust and friendship develop between people who have learned to protect their hearts through careful attention to work and duty. Sable's story begins with family tragedy and the early assumption of responsibility that shaped her approach to life and relationships. When their parents died, leaving Sable to care for her younger sisters, Mabel and Label, she transformed from carefree young person into the family's anchor, the reliable figure whose steady income and practical wisdom would ensure their survival and eventual success. This transformation required her to develop qualities of discipline, consistency, and emotional resilience that would serve her well throughout life, but that also created patterns of self-sacrifice and emotional reserve that sometimes prevented her from experiencing the full joy and connection that her generous spirit deserved. The sewing machine that dominates Sable's daily routine represents more than just her profession or source of income. It symbolizes her understanding of how patient, repetitive work can become a form of meditation and self-expression when approached with the right attitude and commitment. Her mastery of various fabrics, patterns, and techniques reflects years of dedicated practice and continuous learning, the kind of expertise that can only be developed through sustained attention to craft and genuine care for quality and beauty in the objects she creates. Sable's initial shyness and reluctance to engage in conversation with villagers reflects not unfriendliness or lack of interest in others, but rather the protective habits developed by someone who has experienced significant loss and learned to find safety and comfort in focused work and predictable routine. Her gradual warming to persistent friendly overtures demonstrates how authentic relationship develops, not through dramatic gestures or forced intimacy, but through consistent, patient demonstration of genuine care and respect for her boundaries and comfort level. The transformation that occurs in Sable's demeanor as friendship develops reveals the profound human need for connection and recognition that can remain hidden beneath even the most dedicated professional focus. As she begins to share stories about her family, her dreams, her memories, and her observations about village life, we see someone whose apparent simplicity masks deep sensitivity, thoughtful observation, and considerable wisdom about human nature and the dynamics of community life. Sable's relationship with her sisters demonstrates the complex dynamics of family responsibility and how the roles people assume during crisis can persist long after the original circumstances have changed. Her protective concern for Mabel and Label, while rooted in genuine love and care, sometimes reflects patterns of worry and control that may no longer serve anyone's best interests. Her gradual learning to trust her sister's independence and decision-making abilities shows how family relationships can evolve and mature when guided by love rather than fear. The fabric patterns that Sable creates and shares with villager friends represent the tangible expressions of her creativity and generosity, gifts that allow others to bring elements of her aesthetic vision into their own homes and daily lives. These patterns serve as metaphors for how friendship enriches our personal environments and possibilities, how connection with others' creativity and perspective can inspire and enable our own self-expression in ways we might never have discovered independently. Sable's work ethic and attention to detail reflect her understanding that creative work serves its highest purpose when it combines personal expression with genuine service to others' needs and desires. Her willingness to work with various materials and adapt to different style preferences shows how authentic craftsmanship involves not just technical skill, but empathetic understanding of how different people want to express themselves through the objects they choose to surround themselves with daily. The quiet satisfaction that characterizes Sable's approach to her work demonstrates how fulfillment can be found in routine activities when they align with personal values, natural abilities, and opportunities for both creative expression and meaningful service. Her life illustrates how happiness does not always require dramatic achievement or constant variety, but can emerge from deep engagement with chosen work and gradually developing relationships that honor both personal boundaries and authentic connection. Complementing Sable's quiet dedication with more outward-focused energy and social engagement, we encounter Mabel, whose dreams and ambitions represent the younger generation's approach to balancing tradition with innovation, family loyalty with individual expression, and business success with personal authenticity. Mabel embodies the archetype of the enthusiastic entrepreneur who sees work not just as duty or necessity, but as opportunity for creativity, service, and the realization of personal vision within supportive community context. Mabel's role as the primary customer interface at the tailor shop reflects her natural gifts for communication, empathy, and understanding how clothing and accessories can serve people's desires for self-expression and confidence. Her ability to help villagers discover styles that reflect their personality, while also meeting practical needs, demonstrates her understanding that fashion serves psychological and social functions, far beyond mere appearance or protection. From whether that the clothes people choose become part of their identity and their way of communicating with the world around them. The enthusiasm that Mabel brings to her work reveals someone who has found authentic alignment between personal interests and professional responsibilities, who experiences her daily activities as opportunities for creativity and service, rather than as burdens or obligations to be endured. Her genuine excitement about new fabrics, seasonal styles, and design possibilities shows how work can become a source of joy and energy when it matches individual temperament and allows for both personal expression and meaningful contribution to others' well-being. Mabel's relationship with her sisters demonstrates how family businesses can serve as contexts for mutual support and shared achievement when guided by love, respect, and recognition of each member's unique gifts and contributions. Her appreciation for Sable's technical expertise and Label's fashion industry experience shows how successful collaboration emerges from acknowledging and celebrating different strengths rather than trying to make everyone identical or competing for recognition and control. The customer service approach that Mabel has developed reflects her understanding that helping people with clothing choices involves not just product knowledge but psychological insight, empathetic listening, and the ability to translate abstract desires for self-expression into concrete wardrobe decisions. Her success in helping villagers discover styles that make them feel confident and authentic demonstrates how effective retail work requires genuine interest in customers' well-being rather than just sales volume or profit. Maximization. Mabel's dreams for expanding the business and developing new products reveal someone whose ambitions are rooted in desire to serve her community more effectively rather than just personal advancement or recognition. Her vision for growth includes not just increased revenue, but enhanced ability to meet diverse style needs, offer greater variety and quality, and create more opportunities for villagers to express their individuality through their clothing choices. The balance that Mabel maintains between honoring family traditions and embracing new possibilities shows how healthy personal development involves integrating respect for origins with openness to growth and change. Her appreciation for the foundation that Sable created through years of dedicated work, combined with her excitement about new directions and possibilities, demonstrates how individuals and families can honor their past while remaining open to evolution and adaptation as circumstances change. Mabel's approach to fashion as a form of communication and self-expression reflects her understanding that clothing choices serve important psychological and social functions, helping people present themselves to the world in ways that feel authentic and comfortable, while also meeting practical requirements for different activities and social contexts. Her ability to help villagers navigate these complex considerations shows how effective service requires not just product knowledge, but understanding of human psychology and social dynamics. Completing the family portrait with sophistication and urban experience, we encounter Label, whose journey through the fashion industry and return to family connections represent themes of ambition, success, identity, and the complex process of integrating professional achievement with personal relationships and authentic values. Label embodies the archetype of the successful professional who has gained valuable experience in competitive environments, but who must now navigate the challenge of applying that knowledge in ways that serve both personal fulfillment, family harmony. Label's background in the fashion industry provides her with expertise and perspectives that complement her sister's skills, while also creating potential tension around different approaches to business, creativity, and success. Her experience with high-stakes commercial fashion has given her knowledge about trends, marketing, quality standards, and customer psychology that can benefit the family business. But it has also exposed her to ways of thinking and working that may not always align with the more intimate, community-focused approach that characterizes village retail. The fashion challenges that Label presents to villagers reflect her understanding that style development requires not just access to clothing options, but also education about how different pieces work together, how colors and patterns can be combined effectively, and how personal style can be developed through experimentation and gradual refinement, rather than sudden dramatic changes. Her challenges serve educational functions, helping villagers develop confidence and skill in self-expression through clothing choices. Label's relationship with her sisters demonstrates the complex dynamics that can emerge when family members pursue different levels of professional ambition and achieve different kinds of success in related but distinct contexts. Her need to balance her sophisticated industry knowledge with respect for her sister's established approaches and community relationships shows how family businesses require ongoing negotiation and mutual adaptation as members grow and change. The way Label evaluates villager fashion choices reflects her professional training in recognizing quality, coordination, and style effectiveness, but also her growing understanding that fashion serves different purposes in village context than it does in urban commercial environments. Her gradual adaptation to community values and preferences shows how professional expertise becomes most valuable when it is applied with sensitivity to local context and genuine respect for different lifestyle priorities. Label's presence in the village represents the possibility of integrating urban sophistication with rural simplicity, professional achievement with family connection, individual success with community service. Her journey shows how people can bring valuable skills and perspectives gained in competitive environments back to their origins without losing either their professional development or their authentic connection to family and community. Relationships. The evolution of Label's relationship with her sisters over time reflects the ongoing process through which family members can renegotiate their roles and relationships as they mature and develop different experiences and capabilities. Her growing appreciation for her sisters' achievements and approaches, combined with their increasing recognition of her contributions and insights, demonstrates how family harmony emerges, not from avoiding differences, but from learning to value and integrate diverse perspectives and experiences. Together, these keepers of knowledge represent different aspects of how culture is preserved, transmitted, and evolved within communities that value both tradition and innovation, both individual expression and collective harmony. Blathers shows how scientific knowledge and natural wonder can be shared in ways that educate and inspire without overwhelming or intimidating. Celeste demonstrates how cosmic perspective and practical creativity can be integrated to enrich daily life with beauty and meaning. Sable illustrates how patient craft work and gradual friendship can create foundations for both personal fulfillment and community service. Mabel reveals how enthusiasm and empathy can transform retail work into genuine care for others' self-expression and confidence. Label shows how professional expertise can be adapted to serve family and community values without sacrificing sophistication or effectiveness. These characters remind us that knowledge and culture are not abstract concepts but living realities that require constant tending, sharing, and creative adaptation to remain vital and relevant. Their dedication to preservation, education, and creative expression creates the foundation upon which individual villagers can develop their own interests, skills, and forms of self-expression while remaining connected to larger traditions and communities of knowledge that enrich and inform their personal development. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider these patient keepers of knowledge and their different approaches to serving others through education, creativity, and the preservation of beauty and wisdom. Their stories remind us that meaningful work often involves not dramatic achievements but consistent attention to details that create environments where others can learn, grow, and express themselves authentically. They show us that culture is not something that exists independently of individual dedication and care, but something that must be consciously maintained and creatively adapted by people who understand its value and commit themselves to its continuation and evolution. In the turning of seasons and the cyclical celebration of nature's rhythms, there exists within the Animal Crossing world a collection of characters whose very essence is intertwined with the temporal magic of specific moments throughout the year. These are the seasonal spirits, beings whose appearances mark not just changes in weather or calendar dates, but profound transitions in the community's collective consciousness and opportunities for renewal, reflection, and joyous celebration of life's abundant variety. Their stories reveal deep truths about how human communities can align themselves with natural cycles, how celebration serves essential psychological and social functions, and how the anticipation and ritual observance of seasonal events creates meaning that transcends the mundane routines of daily existence. Perhaps no character in the Animal Crossing universe embodies the complex relationship between joy and sacrifice, celebration and personal discomfort, quite like the enigmatic figure known as Zipper T. Bunny. His annual appearance during the spring celebration of Bunny Day represents far more than simple holiday entertainment or seasonal decoration. Zipper embodies profound themes about the nature of service, The relationship between authentic self and social role, and the mysterious ways that genuine celebration sometimes requires individuals to transcend their personal preferences and comfort zones in service of community joy and renewal. The most immediately striking aspect of Zipper's character is the obvious discomfort that accompanies his enthusiastic promotion of Bunny Day festivities. His costume, clearly heavy and awkward, his occasional references to the heat and physical demands of his role, and his persistent cheerfulness, despite these obvious challenges, create a complex portrait of someone whose dedication to bringing joy to others supersedes his own immediate comfort and convenience. This dynamic raises profound questions about the nature of authentic service and the relationship between personal sacrifice and genuine contribution to community well-being. Zipper's mysterious identity, carefully concealed beneath his elaborate bunny costume, reflects themes that extend far beyond simple holiday mystery into questions about the relationship between individual identity and social function, between personal authenticity and role performance. His insistence on maintaining the character even when clearly struggling with its physical and psychological demands demonstrates a form of professional dedication that borders on the spiritual, a commitment to serving something larger than his immediate personal experience or comfort. The energy that Zipper brings to Bunny Day promotion, despite his obvious discomfort, reveals someone who understands that genuine celebration requires not just personal enthusiasm, but conscious commitment to creating experiences that serve others' need for joy, renewal, and connection to seasonal rhythms. His willingness to endure personal discomfort for the sake of community celebration demonstrates how authentic service sometimes requires us to transcend our immediate preferences and limitations in pursuit of purposes that benefit the daemon. Lager community. The spring timing of Zipper's appearance connects his character to archetypal themes of rebirth, renewal, and the eternal cycle of death and resurrection that marks the transition from winter's dormancy to spring's explosive vitality. His role as herald of spring celebrates not just seasonal change, but the psychological and spiritual renewal that this transition represents for individuals and communities who have endured winter's challenges and limitations. His presence reminds villagers that life's difficulties are temporary, that renewal is always possible, and that celebration serves as both recognition of survival and preparation for new growth and possibility. Zipper's egg-focused activities and games reflect his connection to symbols of potential, fertility, and hidden possibilities waiting to emerge when conditions are appropriate. The eggs that villagers collect during his events represent not just game mechanics, but metaphors for the latent possibilities that exist within every individual and community, waiting for the right conditions and care to develop into their full potential. His celebration of these symbols demonstrates how seasonal rituals can serve as reminders of life's creative potential and the importance of nurturing growth in all its forms. The crafting recipes and festive items that emerge during Zipper's season reflect his understanding that celebration serves not just temporary entertainment, but lasting enrichment of daily life and personal environment. The colorful decorations and whimsical furniture pieces that villagers can create during Bunny Day serve as ongoing reminders of joy, playfulness, and connection to seasonal cycles, long after the specific celebration has ended. His gifts demonstrate how authentic celebration creates not just momentary pleasure, but enduring enhancement of life's beauty and meaning. Zipper's persistence in maintaining his role despite obvious challenges reveals someone who has learned to find purpose and satisfaction in service to others' joy rather than in personal recognition or comfort. His dedication to bringing spring celebration to every village, regardless of how villagers initially receive his efforts, demonstrates the kind of commitment that characterizes authentic spiritual service. His willingness to be seen as silly or annoying rather than abandoning his mission shows how genuine dedication to others' well-being sometimes requires accepting misunderstanding or lack of appreciation. The mystery surrounding Zipper's identity and motivations adds depth to his character while also reflecting the anonymous nature of much authentic service. His choice to remain hidden behind his costume suggests someone who understands that the most meaningful contributions often come from individuals who prefer to let their work speak for itself rather than seeking personal recognition or credit for their efforts. His anonymity demonstrates how authentic celebration and service can emerge from sources that prefer to remain invisible, focusing attention on the joy and renewal they facilitate rather than on their own identity or achievements. As autumn deepens and the boundary between the living and spirit worlds grows thin, the mysterious figure of Jack emerges to preside over one of the year's most psychologically complex celebrations. Halloween, under Jack's guidance, becomes not just an opportunity for costume play and candy collection, but a profound community ritual that acknowledges the darker aspects of existence while transforming fear into playfulness and death anxiety into creative expression and shared adventure. Jack's pumpkin head, glowing with inner fire and carved with expressions that shift between menacing and playful, represents his role as guide through the liminal space where fear and fun intersect, where the macabre becomes manageable through ritual and community support. His appearance embodies the archetypal figure of the trickster guide, who helps communities navigate challenging psychological territory by transforming serious themes into approachable play and shared experience rather than individual terror or avoidance. The candy obsession that characterizes Jack's Halloween presence reflects deeper themes about desire, indulgence, and the relationship between sweetness and mortality that runs throughout cultural celebrations of death and the supernatural. His insatiable appetite for sweets represents not mere gluttony, but a celebration of life's pleasures in the face of mortality's inevitability, a reminder that awareness of life's temporary nature can intensify rather than diminish appreciation for its immediate joys and sensual experiences. Jack's role in Halloween festivities demonstrates how communities can collectively process difficult psychological material through ritual, costume, and play rather than through individual struggle or therapeutic intervention. His presence creates permission for villagers to explore themes of death, fear, transformation, and the unknown within a supportive community context where these normally frightening topics become sources of excitement, creativity, and shared adventure, rather than anxiety and avoidance. The way Jack transforms ordinary village spaces into Halloween wonderlands reflects his understanding that environmental transformation can facilitate psychological transformation, that changing external circumstances can create opportunities for internal exploration and growth that might not be accessible through normal daily routines and familiar surroundings. His decorative magic demonstrates how celebration can serve therapeutic functions by creating temporary alternative realities where different aspects of human experience can be safely explored and integrated. Jack's mysterious origins and supernatural qualities connect his character to ancient traditions of seasonal celebration that acknowledge the cyclical nature of life and death, growth and decay, light and darkness that characterize natural processes and human existence. His presence during autumn's peak reminds villagers that accepting life's darker aspects is essential for psychological wholeness, and that communities can support this acceptance through ritual celebration rather than individual struggle or denial. The costumes and masks that become central to Jack's Halloween celebration serve as tools for temporary identity transformation, that allow villagers to explore different aspects of personality and possibility without permanent commitment or social consequences. His encouragement of creative disguise demonstrates how play and pretense can serve serious psychological functions, providing safe spaces for experimenting with different ways of being and expressing aspects of self that might not find outlet in normal social circumstances. Jack's tolerance for mischief and rule-breaking during Halloween reflects his understanding that communities sometimes need sanctioned opportunities for controlled chaos and temporary suspension of normal behavioral expectations. His presence creates permission for activities and expressions that might be inappropriate during ordinary times, but that serve important functions for psychological health and social cohesion when contained within appropriate ritual, boundaries, and community support. The way Jack appears and disappears throughout Halloween night demonstrates his role as guide through liminal experience, someone who facilitates transitions between different states of consciousness and social organization, without becoming trapped in any single mode or expectation. His fluidity between presence and absence reflects the mysterious nature of seasonal transitions and the psychological changes that accompany them, reminding villagers that transformation often happens through indirect and mysterious processes rather than through direct effort or conscious planning. As winter settles over village landscapes and the year approaches its contemplative conclusion, the figure of Jingle emerges to embody the spirit of giving, generosity, and the magical thinking that characterizes humanity's relationship with seasonal celebration and community care. His reindeer nature connects him to ancient mythologies of winter solstice celebration, while his dedication to gift-giving reflects deeper truths about how communities create meaning and connection through expressions of mutual care and recognition during the year's darkest season. Jingle's Christmas Eve presence represents the culmination of winter's inward turn, the moment when communities gather to acknowledge their interdependence and celebrate the bonds that sustain them through challenging seasons and difficult circumstances. His appearance marks not just a calendar holiday, but a collective ritual of gratitude, generosity, and recommitment to the values that make community life not just possible, but meaningful and sustainable across time and changing circumstances. The gifts that Jingle distributes represent more than simple material exchanges. They symbolize the fundamental human recognition that individual well-being is inseparable from community health, that personal joy is enhanced rather than diminished by contributing to others' happiness and comfort. His generosity demonstrates how authentic giving creates abundance rather than scarcity, how sharing resources and attention multiplies rather than reduces their availability for personal enjoyment and security. Jingle's reindeer characteristics connect his character to wild nature and the untamed life force that persists even during winter's apparent dormancy and death. His ability to traverse vast distances in a single night represents not just magical transportation, but the way that authentic care and attention can transcend normal limitations of time and space when motivated by genuine love and commitment to others' well-being. The way Jingle remembers every villager's preferences and needs reflects his role as keeper of community memory and attention, someone whose function involves maintaining awareness of individual differences and desires within the larger context of collective celebration and mutual care. His knowledge demonstrates how authentic service requires not just general goodwill, but specific attention to particular people and their unique circumstances, preferences, and contributions to community life. Jingle's tireless energy and obvious joy in his gift-giving mission reveals someone who has discovered that authentic fulfillment comes not from personal accumulation or achievement, but from participation in the circulation of care and attention that sustains communities across time and challenge. His satisfaction in giving rather than receiving demonstrates how mature happiness emerges from contributing to others' well-being rather than from focusing primarily on personal desires and immediate gratification. The magical atmosphere that surrounds Jingle's Christmas presents reflects his understanding that celebration serves essential psychological functions that transcend rational explanation or material benefit. His ability to create wonder and excitement in adults, as well as children, demonstrates how community rituals can access and nurture aspects of human nature that often remain dormant during ordinary time, but that are essential for psychological health and social cohesion. Jingle's connection to winter solstice themes of light returning during darkness reflects his role in helping communities maintain hope and connection during the most challenging season of the natural year. His celebration coincides with the moment when daylight begins its return after winter's longest night, symbolically connecting his gift-giving to the larger cosmic cycles of renewal and return that characterize natural processes and human experience. The way Jingle works throughout the night while others sleep reflects his understanding that some forms of service are most effective when they happen outside normal awareness and recognition, when they create experiences of grace and gift that seem to emerge from mysterious sources rather than from obvious effort or expectation of reciprocity. His nocturnal work demonstrates how authentic generosity often prefers anonymity and surprise to recognition and gratitude. Bursting forth with carnival energy and peacock pride during the late winter celebration that bridges the gap between winter's introspection and spring's renewal, we encounter Pave, whose flamboyant celebration of color, movement, and sensual pleasure represents an essential counterbalance to winter's restraint and autumn's contemplation of mortality. His festival embodies themes of liberation, creative expression, and the life force that demands recognition and celebration, even during the most restrictive seasons of the natural year. Pave's peacock nature connects him to archetypal themes of beauty, pride, and the natural world's incredible diversity of form and expression. His elaborate plumage and proud demeanor reflect not vanity or superficiality, but authentic celebration of the creative force that manifests throughout nature in countless forms of beauty, color, and artistic expression. His pride demonstrates how healthy self-appreciation and joy in one's own unique qualities can inspire and encourage others, rather than creating competition or intimidation. The dancing that characterizes Pave's festival celebration represents movement as spiritual practice, as expression of life force, and as community-building activity that transcends verbal communication and intellectual understanding. His choreography creates opportunities for villagers to express joy, creativity, and connection through physical movement that bypasses normal social inhibitions and self-consciousness, while creating shared experiences of rhythm, beauty, and collective celebration. Pave's focus on feathers as the currency of festival reflects his understanding that celebration often requires special objects, symbols, or activities that mark the temporary suspension of ordinary rules and expectations. The feathers that villagers collect serve as tokens of participation in something larger than normal daily routine, tangible reminders of moments when community life becomes more colorful, expressive, and joyful than usual circumstances normally allow. The rainbow colors that dominate Pave's celebration demonstrate his role as herald of diversity, creativity, and the full spectrum of expression and experience that makes life rich and meaningful. His rainbow aesthetic challenges monochrome approaches to living while celebrating the beauty that emerges from diversity, variety, and the willingness to embrace multiple perspectives and possibilities rather than limiting oneself to narrow ranges of experience or expression. Pave's carnival energy brings temporary chaos and excitement that serves important psychological and social functions, providing release from winter's accumulated tensions while preparing communities for spring's creative demands and opportunities. His celebration creates sanctioned space for behaviors and expressions that might be inappropriate during ordinary time, but that serve essential functions for individual and community health when contained within appropriate ritual boundaries. The music and rhythm that accompany Pave's presence reflect his understanding that celebration requires not just visual beauty but auditory experiences that engage the body, emotions, and spirit in ways that purely intellectual or visual experiences cannot achieve. His musical celebration demonstrates how sound and rhythm can create community experiences that transcend individual differences and create temporary unity based on shared participation in beauty and creative expression. Pave's theatrical presentation and obvious enjoyment of attention reflect his role as permission giver for creative self-expression and celebration of individual uniqueness within community context. His flamboyance demonstrates how authentic self-expression can serve community functions by inspiring others to embrace their own creativity and uniqueness rather than hiding or minimizing their distinctive qualities and capabilities. The way Pave transforms ordinary village spaces into carnival environments reflects his understanding that celebration requires environmental as well as behavioral transformation, that changing external circumstances can facilitate internal experiences of freedom, joy, and creative expression that might not be accessible within normal surroundings and social expectations. Completing the seasonal cycle with anxious dedication to culinary tradition and community gathering, we encounter Franklin, whose Thanksgiving presence represents the complex intersection of individual anxiety with community responsibility, personal insecurity with cultural tradition, and the sometimes comic but always meaningful ways that individuals contribute to collective celebration, despite their own limitations and fears. Franklin's turkey nature creates obvious irony and anxiety around Thanksgiving celebration, reflecting the complex relationships that exist between cultural traditions and their origins, between celebration and the sacrifice that often underlies festive abundance. His nervous presence during harvest celebration demonstrates how authentic participation in community life sometimes requires individuals to transcend their personal concerns and limitations in service of traditions that serve larger purposes than individual comfort or security. The cooking expertise that Franklin brings to Thanksgiving preparation reflects his transformation of personal anxiety into community service, his channeling of nervous energy into productive activity that benefits others, while providing him with meaningful role and purpose within seasonal celebration. His culinary skills demonstrate how individual talents can serve community functions even when the circumstances create personal challenge or discomfort. Franklin's perfectionism and attention to detail in meal preparation reveals someone whose high standards and careful attention serve not just personal satisfaction, but community experience and the maintenance of cultural traditions that depend upon excellence and care for their continuation across generations. His dedication to culinary quality demonstrates how individual commitment to excellence can serve collective purposes and create experiences that enrich everyone's participation in seasonal celebration. The way Franklin manages his anxiety while maintaining his service to community demonstrates important lessons about courage, duty, and the ways that individuals can transcend personal limitations when motivated by commitment to others' well-being and the preservation of meaningful traditions. His ability to function effectively, despite obvious nervous energy, shows how personal challenges can be channeled into productive service rather than becoming obstacles to community participation and contribution. Franklin's relationship with villagers during Thanksgiving preparation reflects the dynamics of community support and mutual assistance that characterize authentic seasonal celebration. His willingness to accept help while maintaining responsibility for overall meal quality demonstrates how effective leadership can balance individual expertise with community participation, creating experiences that honor both excellence and inclusion. The gratitude themes that surround Franklin's Thanksgiving service connect his character to essential practices of community appreciation, reflection on abundance, and recognition of the interdependence that makes individual and community prosperity possible. His role in facilitating gratitude practices demonstrates how seasonal celebrations can serve important psychological and social functions by creating structured opportunities for appreciation and recognition of blessing. Franklin's obvious relief and satisfaction when Thanksgiving meals are successfully completed reflect the deep fulfillment that comes from successfully meeting community responsibilities despite personal challenges, from contributing to others' joy and satisfaction through the application of individual skills and dedicated effort. His post-celebration contentment demonstrates how service to others can provide personal satisfaction that transcends immediate comfort or recognition. These seasonal spirits collectively demonstrate how communities can align themselves with natural cycles through celebration, ritual, and the willingness of individuals to serve purposes larger than their immediate personal interests. Zipper shows how renewal requires both individual sacrifice and community support. Jack reveals how communities can process difficult psychological material through ritual and play. Jingle demonstrates how generosity and gift-giving create abundance rather than scarcity. Pave illustrates how celebration of diversity and creative expression serves essential community functions. Franklin shows how individual anxiety and perfectionism can be channeled into meaningful service and cultural preservation. Their stories remind us that seasonal celebrations are not mere entertainment or tradition, but essential practices that help individuals and communities navigate the psychological and spiritual challenges of living within natural cycles and human social arrangements. They demonstrate how celebration serves therapeutic, educational, and community-building functions that contribute to both individual well-being and collective resilience across time and changing circumstances. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider these seasonal spirits and their different approaches to serving community celebration and renewal. Their wisdom reminds us that meaningful life requires not just individual development, but participation in larger rhythms and traditions that connect us to natural cycles, community heritage, and the archetypal patterns that have sustained human communities throughout history. They show us that celebration is not luxury or frivolity, but essential nourishment for individual and community soul, creating experiences of joy, connection, and renewal that sustain us through the challenges and changes that characterize both natural cycles and human development. Beyond the seasonal spirits who mark the turning of natural cycles and community celebrations, there exists within every Animal Crossing village a network of dedicated individuals whose quiet professionalism and specialized skills create the infrastructure that allows daily life to unfold with grace, beauty, and reliable support for personal growth and self-expression. These are the service providers, beings whose life purpose centers around facilitating others' flourishing through patient attention to practical needs, aesthetic enhancement, and the countless small acts of care that transform mere survival into authentic living. Their stories reveal profound truths about the dignity inherent in skilled work, the spiritual dimensions of service to others, and how individual excellence in specialized areas creates the foundation upon which entire communities can build lives of meaning, beauty, and sustainable satisfaction. In the corner of every village plaza, often overlooked by hurried villagers focused on larger destinations and more dramatic encounters, sits a small shop whose modest exterior conceals one of the most dedicated and quietly influential figures in the entire Animal Crossing community. Kix, with his leather apron and careful attention to the details of footwear construction and repair, represents the archetype of the traditional craftsman, whose mastery of specialized skills serves not just practical function, but deeper human needs for quality, durability, and the kind of excellence that emerges only through years of patient practice and genuine care for one's craft. Kix's dedication to footwear reflects his understanding that the foundation of every journey, every daily routine, every moment of standing or walking that constitutes human life, depends upon the quality and appropriateness of what we place between our feet and the ground. His attention to shoes, boots, sandals, and socks demonstrates recognition that comfort and confidence in movement affects every aspect of how people engage with their world, from their willingness to explore new places to their ability to stand with dignity in important moments. The quiet pride that characterizes Kix's approach to his work reveals someone who has discovered that satisfaction comes not from external recognition or dramatic achievement, but from the consistent application of skill and care to activities that serve genuine human needs. His contentment with his specialized role demonstrates how fulfillment can emerge from deep engagement with chosen work when that work aligns with personal values, natural abilities, and opportunities for both continuous learning and meaningful service to others. Kix's knowledge of different materials, construction techniques, and style traditions reflects years of dedicated study and practice that have developed not just technical competence, but genuine expertise and aesthetic understanding. His ability to match footwear recommendations to individual needs, preferences, and circumstances shows how authentic craftsmanship involves not just technical skill, but empathetic understanding of how different people use and experience the objects they purchase and wear daily. The way Kix maintains his inventory and organizes his shop reveals someone whose attention to detail and commitment to quality extends beyond the creation of individual products to the entire experience of discovering and purchasing items that will serve customers well over time. His careful curation demonstrates understanding that retail service involves not just transaction, but education, helping people make choices that will enhance their daily experience and provide lasting satisfaction rather than momentary gratification. Kix's modest demeanor and lack of self-promotion reflect his understanding that authentic craftsmanship speaks for itself through the quality and durability of the products created, through the satisfaction of customers who return repeatedly, and through the gradual reputation that builds naturally when work consistently meets high standards over extended periods. His preference for letting his work represent him rather than seeking attention or recognition demonstrates the humility that often characterizes genuine mastery and authentic service. The seasonal awareness that informs Kix's inventory choices shows his understanding that serving others effectively requires attention to changing needs, weather conditions, and the different demands that various activities and occasions place upon footwear. His ability to anticipate and prepare for these changing requirements demonstrates the kind of forward-thinking care that transforms simple retail into genuine service and support for others' changing needs and circumstances. Kix's relationship with villagers reveals someone who has learned to balance professional expertise with respect for individual preferences and choices, offering guidance and suggestions without being pushy or condescending. His approach demonstrates how effective service involves finding the balance between sharing knowledge that can help others make better decisions while respecting their autonomy and right to choose according to their own values and circumstances. The durability and quality of the items that Kix provides reflect his understanding that authentic service involves not just immediate satisfaction, but long-term value, creating products that will continue to serve customers well over time, rather than focusing solely on initial appeal or profit margins. His commitment to quality demonstrates how ethical business practice benefits both providers and customers by creating lasting relationships based on trust, satisfaction, and mutual respect. Outside in the village gardens and natural areas, we encounter Leif, whose gentle presence and deep connection to plant life represent one of the most purely nurturing and life-affirming characters in the entire Animal Crossing world. His role as gardening specialist and plant provider connects him to archetypal themes of growth, patience, seasonal awareness, and the mysterious processes through which life emerges, develops, and transforms according to natural timing and appropriate care, rather than forced acceleration or artificial manipulation. Leif's sloth-like nature and unhurried demeanor reflect his alignment with natural rhythms and his understanding that authentic growth cannot be rushed, that the most important developments in life require patience, consistency, and trust in processes that unfold according to their own internal logic, rather than external pressure or artificial timetables. His slowness demonstrates not laziness or inefficiency, but wisdom about timing and the relationship between sustainable development and natural pace. The variety of plants, flowers, and gardening supplies that Leif provides reflects his understanding that different individuals have different gardening interests, skills, and environmental conditions that require diverse approaches and materials for successful cultivation. His inventory demonstrates recognition that effective gardening involves matching plant choices to individual circumstances, preferences, and capabilities, rather than assuming that one approach or set of plants will serve everyone equally well. Leif's knowledge of seasonal planting schedules and plant care requirements shows his deep understanding of natural cycles and the importance of aligning human activities with environmental conditions rather than trying to force growth according to artificial schedules or inappropriate timing. His seasonal awareness demonstrates how authentic gardening involves cooperation with natural processes rather than domination or control of natural systems. The way Leif speaks about plants reveals someone whose relationship with plant life goes beyond mere commercial transaction into genuine appreciation, even love, for the living beings he tends and provides to others. His obvious care for plant welfare and his gentle handling of seedlings and flowers demonstrates understanding that gardening involves not just technical knowledge, but emotional sensitivity and respect for the life force that animates all growing things. Leif's gardening advice reflects his understanding that successful plant cultivation requires not just initial planting but ongoing attention, appropriate care, and the kind of consistent nurturing that allows living things to develop according to their nature rather than according to human expectations or demands. His guidance demonstrates how effective teaching involves not just providing information but helping others develop the attitudes and practices that support long-term success and satisfaction. The transformation that occurs in village landscapes through Leif's influence shows how individual dedication to beauty and growth can create benefits that extend far beyond immediate participants to enhance the entire community's environmental quality and aesthetic experience. His work demonstrates how specialized service can contribute to collective well-being by improving the shared spaces and natural beauty that everyone enjoys daily. Leif's connection to seasonal change and natural cycles positions him as a kind of environmental teacher whose presence reminds villagers of their connection to natural systems and their ability to participate in the ongoing creation of beauty through cooperation with, rather than opposition to, natural processes. His role demonstrates how individual work can serve both personal satisfaction and ecological awareness when guided by respect for natural systems and genuine care for environmental quality. The patience that characterizes Leif's entire approach to his work and relationships reflects his understanding that authentic relationships, like plant growth, develop gradually through consistent care and attention, rather than through dramatic gestures or forced acceleration. His example demonstrates how peace and satisfaction can emerge from aligning personal rhythm with natural timing, rather than trying to force life to conform to artificial schedules or expectations. Within the village salon, creating temporary transformations that often reflect deeper desires for personal renewal and self-expression, we encounter Harriet, whose artistic vision for beauty and style represents the intersection of creative skill with psychological insight, of technical ability with empathetic understanding of how outer change can sometimes facilitate inner growth and increased confidence in self-expression and social engagement. Harriet's poodle nature and naturally styled appearance reflect her understanding that personal grooming and style choices serve not just aesthetic function, but psychological and social purposes, helping individuals feel more confident, attractive, and authentic in their interactions with others and their presentation of themselves to the world around them. Her own polished appearance demonstrates her commitment to the principles and practices she offers to others. The salon that Harriet maintains represents more than a simple service business. It embodies a philosophy about the relationship between outer appearance and inner confidence, between personal care and self-respect, between individual style and social connection. Her space creates opportunities for villagers to experiment with different aspects of their appearance, while receiving professional expertise and emotional support for their choices and changes. Harriet's artistic approach to hairstyling reveals someone who understands that effective beauty service involves not just technical skill, but creative vision and the ability to help clients discover styles that enhance their natural features while reflecting their personality and lifestyle preferences. Her creativity demonstrates how skilled service involves collaboration between professional expertise and client, desires to create results that serve both aesthetic and personal satisfaction. The way Harriet consults with clients about their preferences and lifestyle needs shows her understanding that successful beauty services require attention to practical as well as aesthetic considerations, helping people choose styles that they can maintain, that suit their daily activities, and that make them feel comfortable and confident rather than self-conscious or inappropriately styled for their circumstances. Harriet's knowledge of different styling techniques, color options, and maintenance requirements reflects years of professional development and commitment to staying current with evolving trends, while maintaining focus on classic principles of style and beauty that serve clients well regardless of temporary fashion changes. Her expertise demonstrates how professional excellence involves balancing innovation with proven approaches that consistently produce satisfying results. The transformation experiences that Harriet facilitates often represent more than simple appearance changes, serving as opportunities for clients to experiment with different aspects of identity and self-expression within a supportive professional environment where changes can be made safely and with expert guidance. Her salon becomes a space for personal exploration and creative self-expression that might not be available in other contexts. Harriet's attention to client comfort and satisfaction throughout the styling process reveals her understanding that beauty services involve not just end results, but the entire experience of being cared for, receiving professional attention, and participating in the creation of positive change. Her approach demonstrates how effective service involves attention to emotional as well as aesthetic needs, creating experiences that feel nurturing and supportive rather than critical or judgmental. The ongoing relationships that Harriet develops with regular clients show her understanding that beauty service often involves long-term partnership in helping individuals develop and maintain personal style that evolves with their changing needs, preferences, and life circumstances. Her continuity of care demonstrates how effective service involves commitment to clients' ongoing satisfaction and development, rather than focus solely on individual transactions. Moving through village spaces with quiet recognition of achievement and patient attention to individual accomplishment, we encounter Phineas, whose role in acknowledging villagers' achievements represents one of the most psychologically important and underappreciated functions in the entire Animal Crossing community. His dedication to recognizing progress, celebrating milestones, and providing tangible acknowledgement of individual efforts demonstrates profound understanding of how recognition and encouragement serve essential functions in human motivation, self-confidence, and continued growth. Phineas's balloon-like appearance and festive demeanor reflect his role as herald of celebration and recognition, someone whose very presence signals that something noteworthy has been accomplished and deserves acknowledgement. His cheerful energy demonstrates understanding that recognition serves not just individual satisfaction, but community function, by highlighting behaviors and achievements that serve as examples and inspiration for others. The badges that Phineas awards represent more than simple game mechanics or superficial rewards. They symbolize the human need for acknowledgement, the importance of having efforts noticed and appreciated, and the way that external recognition can validate internal experiences of growth, learning, and accomplishment that might otherwise go unnoticed or undervalued by both individuals and communities. Phineas's knowledge of various achievement categories and his ability to recognize diverse forms of accomplishment demonstrate his understanding that human excellence takes many forms and that effective recognition requires attention to different types of contribution, skill development, and personal growth, rather than focusing only on obvious or dramatic achievements that might overshadow quieter but equally valuable forms of progress and service. The way Phineas appears at appropriate moments to provide recognition shows his understanding of timing and the importance of acknowledging achievements when they occur, rather than waiting for formal occasions or convenient scheduling. His responsiveness demonstrates how effective recognition requires attention to natural rhythms of accomplishment rather than artificial schedules or bureaucratic procedures that might diminish the impact and meaning of acknowledgement. Phineas's enthusiasm for celebrating others' achievements reflects someone who has discovered genuine satisfaction in serving as witness and supporter of others' growth and development. His joy in recognition giving demonstrates how fulfillment can emerge from contributing to others' sense of accomplishment and self-worth, rather than from personal achievement or recognition seeking. The variety of achievements that Phineas recognizes, from simple tasks to complex accomplishments, demonstrates his understanding that recognition serves important functions at all levels of skill and commitment, that beginners need encouragement as much as experts need acknowledgement, and that sustainable motivation requires celebration of progress at every stage, rather than waiting for perfect completion or dramatic success. Phineas's role in creating tangible mementos of achievement through badge giving shows his understanding that recognition often requires physical symbols or objects that can serve as lasting reminders of accomplishment, growth, and positive experiences long after the initial moment of achievement has passed. His gifts demonstrate how effective recognition involves creating lasting positive associations and memories, rather than just momentary acknowledgement. The community impact of Phineas's recognition work extends beyond individual recipients to create an atmosphere where achievement is valued, effort is noticed, and progress is celebrated as essential community function rather than optional nicety. His presence demonstrates how individual dedication to recognizing others creates collective culture that supports everyone's growth and development. Standing guard over village safety and maintaining vigilant attention to community security and order, we encounter the dedicated partnership of Copper and Booker, whose different approaches to law enforcement and community protection demonstrate how shared commitment to service can manifest through diverse personalities and methods while maintaining focus on the common goal of creating safe, orderly environments where all community members can flourish without fear or concern for their security and well-being. Copper's energetic approach to police work reflects his understanding that community safety requires active attention, visible presence, and the kind of engaged vigilance that prevents problems through deterrence, rather than only responding to difficulties after they have already occurred. His enthusiasm for his protective role demonstrates how dedication to others' safety can provide personal satisfaction and sense of purpose when understood as genuine service rather than mere job performance or authority exercise. The contrast between Copper's high-energy approach and Booker's more measured, contemplative style demonstrates how effective community service can emerge through different personality types and working methods when guided by shared values and common commitment to community welfare. Their partnership shows how diverse approaches can complement rather than conflict with each other when focused on shared purposes and mutual respect. Booker's thoughtful, careful approach to security work reflects his understanding that effective protection often requires patience, observation, and the kind of quiet vigilance that notices potential problems before they develop into actual threats or disturbances. His more reserved style demonstrates how community safety can be maintained through subtle attention and preventive awareness, as well as through obvious presence and active intervention. The way Copper and Booker coordinate their efforts and support each other's different approaches shows how effective teamwork emerges not from identical methods or personalities, but from mutual appreciation of diverse strengths and willingness to adapt individual styles to serve collective purposes. Their cooperation demonstrates how shared commitment can unite different approaches in service of common goals. Their dedication to maintaining village security during all hours and weather conditions reflects their understanding that community safety requires consistent attention and cannot be provided only during convenient times or favorable circumstances. Their reliability demonstrates how authentic service involves commitment that transcends personal comfort or convenience. When community welfare depends upon consistent protection and support, Copper's obvious pride in his work and his uniform reflects his understanding that service to others provides not just employment but identity and purpose, that work aligned with personal values and community needs can become source of satisfaction and meaning that extends far beyond mere job performance or financial compensation. His enthusiasm demonstrates how authentic service can provide personal fulfillment through contribution to others' well-being. Booker's more philosophical approach to police work shows his understanding that community safety involves not just preventing obvious crimes or disturbances, but creating an atmosphere where people feel secure, supported, and confident that their community maintains standards and expectations that protect everyone's ability to live peacefully and pursue their authentic interests without fear or interference from others. The respect that both officers show for villagers and their rights demonstrates their understanding that effective law enforcement serves community welfare rather than personal authority, that protection involves supporting rather than controlling community members, and that security work serves its highest purpose when it enables rather than restricts individual freedom and community flourishing. Their different but complementary personalities and approaches provide community members with options for how they prefer to interact with law enforcement. Recognizing that different individuals feel more comfortable with different styles of authority, and that effective service requires flexibility and responsiveness to diverse community needs and preferences rather than rigid adherence to single approaches or methods. Together, these service providers demonstrate how communities function effectively through the dedicated efforts of individuals who understand their specialized roles as forms of service to others rather than just employment or personal advancement. KICS shows how attention to practical needs and quality craftsmanship serves both individual satisfaction and community welfare. LAIF demonstrates how connection to natural systems and patient nurturing creates benefits that extend throughout entire communities. Harriet reveals how personal care services can facilitate self-expression and confidence that enhance individual and social well-being. Phineas illustrates how recognition and encouragement serve essential functions in human motivation and community culture. Copper and Booker show how diverse approaches to shared service can create security and order that enable everyone else's flourishing and authentic development. Their stories remind us that meaningful communities depend not just on individual achievement or dramatic leadership, but on networks of dedicated individuals who find purpose and satisfaction in serving specialized functions that contribute to collective welfare and individual flourishing. They demonstrate how dignity and fulfillment can emerge from any form of work when approached with genuine care for others, commitment to excellence, and understanding that individual success is inseparable from community health and prosperity. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider these quiet service providers and their different approaches to facilitating others' daily life and long-term flourishing. Their wisdom reminds us that meaningful work is not determined by status or recognition, but by authentic contribution to others' well-being and the alignment between individual gifts and community needs. They show us that fulfillment comes not from what we accumulate for ourselves, but from what we contribute to the shared life that makes individual thriving possible and sustainable across time and changing circumstances. Moving beyond the reliable service providers who maintain the daily infrastructure of village life, we encounter a collection of characters whose appearances are less predictable, whose purposes are more specialized, and whose wisdom emerges from the intersection of the ordinary and the extraordinary. These are the special visitors of the Animal Crossing world, beings whose unique perspectives and particular gifts create moments of transformation, insight, and connection that transcend the normal rhythms of community life. Their stories reveal profound truths about how meaning often emerges through unexpected encounters, how specialized knowledge can serve universal needs, and how the mysterious timing of certain relationships and opportunities can facilitate growth and understanding that could never be planned or predicted through conventional approaches to personal development and community building. In the quiet corners of village nights, when ordinary villagers have settled into sleep and the familiar sounds of daily life have given way to the subtle whispers of nocturnal activity, there appears a figure whose very existence bridges the boundary between the material world and the realm of lost things, forgotten memories, and experiences that hover at the edge of consciousness. Wisp, with his translucent form and gentle anxiety, represents one of the most psychologically complex and spiritually significant characters in the entire Animal Crossing universe, embodying themes of mortality, memory, recovery, and the mysterious processes through which communities and individuals can reclaim aspects of themselves that have been scattered, forgotten, or seemingly lost forever. Wisp's ghostly nature immediately connects him to archetypal themes of death, transition, and the liminal spaces where the familiar world meets the unknown. His presence reminds villagers that life contains mysteries that cannot be fully explained through rational understanding alone, that communities exist within larger contexts of meaning and possibility that extend beyond the immediate, material concerns that dominate most daily experience. His transparency suggests someone who exists between worlds, someone who has access to dimensions of experience that remain hidden from those who live entirely within conventional reality. The timidity that characterizes Wisp's personality creates an interesting paradox. A supernatural being who possesses obvious powers and mysterious knowledge, but who approaches interactions with villagers with genuine nervousness and apparent vulnerability. This combination of otherworldly capability with emotional fragility demonstrates how authentic power often manifests through humility and gentleness, rather than through domination or intimidation. How those who have access to profound mysteries may be the most careful about how they share their gifts and insights with others. Wisp's role in helping villagers recover lost items represents far more than simple object retrieval. It symbolizes the deeper human need to reclaim aspects of experience, memory, and identity that have been scattered through the inevitable losses and forgetting that accompany the passage of time. His ability to gather these lost pieces and return them to their rightful owners demonstrates how some forms of healing and recovery require assistance from sources that operate outside normal categories of help and support. The way Wisp's spirit pieces become scattered and require collection before he can assist with recovery tasks creates a beautiful metaphor for how healing and service often require their own forms of integration and wholeness before they can be effective in serving others. His need for villagers to help him become complete before he can help them recover their lost items demonstrates the reciprocal nature of authentic assistance and the way that helping others often requires first receiving help ourselves. The gentle gratitude that Wisp expresses when villagers assist him reflects someone whose experiences of loss and fragmentation have created deep appreciation for kindness, patience, and the willingness of others to invest effort in his recovery and restoration. His thankfulness demonstrates how authentic service emerges naturally from those who have received care and support during their own times of need and vulnerability. Wisp's connection to nighttime hours and his preference for darkness reflect his understanding that some forms of recovery and healing happen most effectively during quiet times when the demands and distractions of daily life are minimized, when there is space for reflection, introspection, and the kind of gentle attention that allows lost things to be noticed and reclaimed. His nocturnal schedule demonstrates how different aspects of personal and community development require different environmental conditions and timing for optimal effectiveness. The items that Wisp helps recover often turn out to be things that villagers had forgotten they were missing, objects whose loss had become so integrated into daily routine that their absence was no longer consciously noticed, but whose return brings unexpected joy and sense of completion. This pattern reveals how loss and recovery operate in human experience, how we often adapt to absence without realizing how much wholeness and satisfaction can be restored through reclaiming what seemed permanently gone. Wisp's obvious relief and satisfaction when he is able to successfully complete recovery tasks demonstrate how authentic service provides fulfillment, not just for recipients, but for those who provide assistance. how being able to contribute to others' restoration and completion serves essential needs for purpose, effectiveness, and meaningful connection that transcend personal gain or recognition. Wandering village paths with artistic vision and physical hunger that represent the complex relationship between creative inspiration and material need, we encounter Wendell, whose presence in Animal Crossing communities embodies the archetype of the itinerant artist, whose survival depends upon the generosity of others, but whose gifts in return often provide beauty, meaning, and creative inspiration that enriches entire communities in ways that transcend the immediate value of food or shelter provided for his basic needs. Wendell's walrus nature and distinctive appearance immediately mark him as someone who exists somewhat outside conventional social categories and expectations, someone whose lifestyle and priorities reflect different values and concerns than those that guide most community members' daily decisions and long-term planning. His distinctive aesthetic and obvious artistic sensibilities demonstrate how creative individuals often embody alternative approaches to living that can serve as both inspiration and gentle challenge to more conventional ways of organizing life and defining success. The hunger that motivates Wendell's requests for food reflects not just physical need, but the broader dependence that creative individuals often have on community support and recognition for their survival and ability to continue their artistic work. His appetite represents the way that artists require not just material sustenance but emotional nourishment, intellectual stimulation, and social connection to maintain their creative energy and productive output over time. The patterns and designs that Wendell creates and shares represent his unique contribution to community life, gifts that can enhance villagers' personal environments and self-expression long after his visit has ended and his immediate needs have been satisfied. His artistic offerings demonstrate how creative exchange creates lasting value that continues to enrich recipients' daily experience and aesthetic appreciation in ways that extend far beyond the temporary assistance provided to meet his basic requirements. Wendell's itinerant lifestyle reflects his understanding that creative inspiration often requires exposure to diverse environments, new experiences, and varied social contexts that provide fresh material and different perspectives for artistic development. His traveling demonstrates how some forms of creative work benefit from movement and change, rather than from stability and routine, how artistic growth can require the willingness to embrace uncertainty and dependence rather than seeking security and independence. The way Wendell approaches villagers with obvious need, but without demanding attitude, reflects his understanding that authentic creative exchange must be based on genuine appreciation and voluntary support rather than obligation or guilt. His humble requests demonstrate how effective artists learn to ask for what they need while respecting others' right to choose their level of support and involvement with creative individuals and projects. The timing of Wendell's appearances and the randomness of his arrival schedule reflect the unpredictable nature of creative inspiration and the way that artistic opportunities often emerge according to their own logic rather than according to planned schedules or predictable patterns. His irregular presence demonstrates how creativity and artistic exchange operate according to organic timing that serves both artistic and community needs when allowed to unfold naturally. Wendell's obvious gratitude for assistance and his generous sharing of artistic gifts demonstrate how authentic creative exchange creates mutual benefit and satisfaction, how supporting artists provides communities with beauty and inspiration, while providing artists with the resources they need to continue their creative work and development. His appreciation shows how creative relationships can serve essential needs for both artists and community members when approached with respect and genuine interest. The way Wendell's patterns and designs can be integrated into villagers' personal decoration and self-expression demonstrates how authentic artistic gift creates ongoing value and meaning that continues to enrich recipients' daily experience and aesthetic development long after the initial exchange has been completed. His contributions show how creative work serves its highest purpose when it enhances others' ability to create beauty and meaning in their own lives and environments. Operating from mysterious knowledge of fate, possibility, and the hidden patterns that connect individual choices with larger cosmic developments, we encounter Katrina, whose fortune-telling services represent far more than simple entertainment or superstitious practice. Her presence in Animal Crossing communities connects villagers to ancient traditions of divination and spiritual guidance, while raising profound questions about the relationship between free will and destiny, between individual agency and larger forces that influence the unfolding of personal and collective experience. Katrina's panther nature and mystical appearance immediately establish her connection to archetypal themes of feminine wisdom, intuitive knowledge, and the kind of seeing that penetrates beyond surface appearances to perceive underlying patterns and possibilities that remain hidden from conventional observation and rational analysis. Her distinctive aesthetic and obvious spiritual authority demonstrate how wisdom traditions often embody alternative ways of knowing and understanding that complement, rather than compete with practical knowledge and everyday problem-solving approaches. The fortune-telling services that Katrina provides represent attempts to help villagers understand their current circumstances within larger contexts of meaning and development, to see their immediate choices and challenges as part of ongoing patterns that extend beyond the present moment into both personal history and future possibility. Her readings offer perspectives that can help individuals make more informed decisions by understanding the deeper currents and influences that affect their lives and relationships. The way Katrina interprets signs, symbols, and mystical indicators reflects her understanding that meaning often emerges through non-rational channels, and that important information about life direction and optimal choices can come through intuitive perception and symbolic interpretation rather than only through logical analysis and empirical observation. Her divination demonstrates how alternative forms of knowledge can provide valuable insights and guidance when approached with appropriate respect and discernment. Katrina's connection to luck, fortune, and the mysterious factors that influence individual experience reflects her understanding that life contains elements of chance, synchronicity, and meaningful coincidence that operate according to patterns that transcend individual control or complete understanding. Her work acknowledges the reality of forces and influences that affect human experience, while also respecting individual agency and the importance of conscious choice in shaping personal destiny. The items and charms that Katrina provides as protection or enhancement reflect her understanding that physical objects can serve as reminders, focal points, and symbols that help individuals maintain awareness of their intentions, values, and the spiritual dimensions of their daily experience. Her talismans demonstrate how material items can serve spiritual functions when approached with appropriate understanding and authentic intention. Katrina's traveling lifestyle and periodic appearances reflect her understanding that spiritual guidance and divination serve their most effective functions when they complement rather than replace individuals' own development of wisdom, intuition, and decision-making capabilities. Her intermittent presence prevents dependence while providing occasional access to alternative perspectives and spiritual insights that can support personal growth and understanding. The way Katrina combines mystical knowledge with practical advice demonstrates her understanding that authentic spiritual guidance must be applicable to real-world circumstances and decisions, that effective divination serves not just curiosity about the future but current needs for clarity, direction, and understanding about how to navigate present challenges and opportunities with greater wisdom and effectiveness. The respect that Katrina shows for the mystery and complexity of individual destiny reflects her understanding that fortune-telling serves its highest purpose when it empowers rather than diminishes personal agency, when it provides information and perspective that support better decision-making, rather than creating passive dependence on external guidance for all important life choices and directions, bringing sophisticated aesthetic standards and demanding challenges that test villagers' developing sense of style and personal expression. We encounter Gracie, whose presence represents both inspiration and intimidation for those seeking to develop their fashion sense and understanding of how clothing choices reflect and communicate personal identity, cultural awareness, and aesthetic sensitivity. Her character embodies themes of excellence, refinement, and the complex relationship between high standards and accessible beauty, between exclusive taste and inclusive community support. Gracie's giraffe nature and distinctive height create immediate visual impact while symbolizing her elevated perspective on fashion, beauty, and aesthetic development. Her towering presence suggests someone who has achieved heights of sophistication and expertise that allow her to see patterns, possibilities, and standards that may not be apparent to those who are just beginning their journey toward aesthetic awareness and personal style development. The fashion challenges that Gracie presents to villagers represent opportunities for learning, growth, and the development of confidence in personal aesthetic judgment and creative self-expression. Her tests serve educational functions by encouraging villagers to think more carefully about clothing choices, color coordination, and the ways that different styles can reflect different aspects of personality and circumstance. The high standards that Gracie maintains for fashion excellence demonstrate her understanding that aesthetic development requires commitment to quality, attention to detail, and the willingness to invest effort in learning about color, texture, proportion, and the subtle elements that distinguish truly effective style from merely adequate appearance. Her demanding approach reflects recognition that meaningful achievement in any field requires dedication and continuous learning. Gracie's evolution from harsh critic to appreciative mentor reflects her growing understanding that effective fashion education involves balancing high standards with encouragement and support, challenging individuals to develop their capabilities, while also providing the emotional support and practical guidance that make growth possible rather than overwhelming. Her transformation shows how teaching approaches can mature and become more effective through experience and greater empathy. The way Gracie recognizes and rewards fashion success demonstrates her understanding that learning and development require acknowledgement and celebration of progress, as well as identification of areas needing improvement. Her appreciation for successful style choices provides validation and encouragement that can motivate continued exploration and refinement of personal aesthetic expression and fashion awareness. Gracie's knowledge of fashion history, cultural trends, and aesthetic principles reflects years of study and experience that have created genuine expertise and authority in her field. Her background demonstrates how authentic teaching and criticism must be grounded in comprehensive understanding and proven competence rather than just personal opinion or arbitrary preferences. The way Gracie combines fashion expertise with psychological insight shows her understanding that clothing choices serve important functions in personal confidence, social communication, and identity expression that extend far beyond mere appearance or conformity to current trends. Her approach recognizes that effective fashion guidance must consider individual personality, lifestyle, and authentic self-expression rather than imposing uniform standards or expectations. Gracie's periodic appearances and specific focus on fashion challenges reflect her understanding that aesthetic development benefits from concentrated attention and specialized instruction rather than constant oversight or general lifestyle interference. Her targeted approach allows for intensive learning experiences while respecting villagers' autonomy and independence in most areas of personal choice and daily decision-making, bringing economic education through the cyclical nature of agricultural commerce and market dynamics. We encounter Joan, whose turnip-selling activities represent far more than simple commodity trading. Her presence in Animal Crossing communities provides ongoing lessons about economic cycles, investment risk, patience, and the relationship between individual financial decisions and larger market forces that operate according to patterns that can be partially understood but never completely predicted or controlled. Joan's elderly appearance and long experience in the turnip trade connect her to generational wisdom and the kind of understanding that emerges through decades of observing market cycles, economic patterns, and the human behaviors that drive commercial activity. Her age represents the accumulation of practical knowledge about how markets function and how individuals can participate in economic systems effectively while managing risk and uncertainty. The weekly rhythm of Joan's turnip sales reflects her understanding that effective economic education and participation require consistent engagement rather than sporadic attention, that developing market awareness and investment skills benefits from regular practice and ongoing attention to patterns and trends, rather than occasional dramatic attempts at quick profit or success. The price variations that characterize Joan's turnip sales demonstrate important lessons about economic cycles, supply and demand, and the way that market values fluctuate according to complex factors that include but extend beyond the immediate circumstances of individual transactions. Her pricing patterns provide ongoing education about how economic systems function and how individuals can make informed decisions within uncertain and changing market conditions. Joan's advice about turnip storage, market timing, and the factors that influence price changes reflects her understanding that effective economic participation requires not just initial investment, but ongoing attention to changing conditions, appropriate timing, and the practical considerations that determine whether investments will be profitable or problematic. Her guidance demonstrates how economic education involves both theoretical understanding and practical skill development. The way Joan combines business acumen with genuine care for her customers' success shows her understanding that effective commerce involves mutual benefit and long-term relationship rather than just immediate profit or advantage. Her approach demonstrates how economic activity can serve both individual financial goals and community welfare when guided by ethical principles and genuine concern for others' success and well-being. Joan's connection to agricultural cycles and seasonal patterns reflects her understanding that economic activity exists within larger natural and social contexts that influence market conditions, availability of goods, and the timing of optimal commercial decisions. Her awareness demonstrates how effective economic participation requires attention to broader patterns and influences, rather than focus solely on immediate circumstances and opportunities. The patience that Joan demonstrates in her business approach and her willingness to maintain consistent service despite market fluctuations reflect her understanding that sustainable economic success requires long-term perspective and commitment, rather than seeking immediate dramatic returns or abandoning activities during temporarily unfavorable conditions. Her consistency demonstrates how economic stability emerges through persistent engagement, rather than sporadic, dramatic efforts. Finally, representing the healing power of laughter and the essential role that humor plays in community wellness and individual psychological health, we encounter Dr. Shrunk, whose comedy performances and emotion teaching services demonstrate how laughter, play, and emotional expression serve vital functions in maintaining both personal well-being and social cohesion within healthy communities. Dr. Shrunk's axolotl nature connects him to themes of regeneration, healing, and the capacity for renewal and recovery that characterizes healthy psychological and social systems. His distinctive appearance and obvious commitment to entertainment reflect his understanding that humor and emotional expression serve essential functions in human community that are as important as more obviously practical or serious activities and services. The comedy club that Dr. Shrunk operates represents more than entertainment venue. It embodies recognition that communities require spaces and opportunities for shared laughter, emotional release, and the kind of play that allows individuals to experience joy, connection, and relief from the stresses and challenges that inevitably accompany daily life and personal development. Dr. Shrunk's teaching of emotional expressions and reactions reflects his understanding that healthy, psychological and social functioning requires the ability to recognize, experience, and appropriately express the full range of human emotions, rather than limiting oneself to narrow ranges of acceptable or comfortable feeling states. His instruction demonstrates how emotional literacy serves both individual well-being and community harmony. The way Dr. Shrunk combines humor with genuine insight about human nature and community dynamics shows his understanding that effective comedy serves educational and therapeutic functions rather than just providing temporary entertainment or distraction from serious concerns. His approach demonstrates how laughter can facilitate learning, healing, and social connection when guided by wisdom and genuine care for others' well-being. Dr. Shrunk's appreciation for audience participation and response reflects his understanding that effective humor and entertainment require genuine connection between performer and audience, rather than one-sided presentation or manipulation of others for personal satisfaction or recognition. His interactive approach demonstrates how authentic entertainment serves community building and mutual enjoyment, rather than individual ego or commercial exploitation. These special visitors collectively demonstrate how communities benefit from periodic contact with individuals who possess specialized knowledge, alternative perspectives, and unique gifts that complement but do not duplicate the services and wisdom available through regular community members and established institutions. Their stories remind us that growth and development often require exposure to different ways of understanding, approaches to problem solving, and forms of knowledge that challenge and expand our usual ways of thinking and experiencing life. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider these special visitors and their different approaches to serving individual and community needs through specialized knowledge and unique perspectives. Their wisdom reminds us that meaningful life requires openness to unexpected encounters, alternative forms of knowledge, and the gifts that can come through relationships and experiences that cannot be planned or predicted, but that serve essential functions in our ongoing development and understanding when we remain receptive to their offerings and insights. Beyond the special visitors who bring unique wisdom through periodic encounters, there exists within every Animal Crossing village the rich tapestry of regular residents whose diverse personality types create the complex social ecosystem that makes community life both challenging and rewarding. These are the villager archetypes, each representing different approaches to living, different ways of engaging with the world, and different forms of wisdom that emerge through their particular temperaments and life philosophies. Their stories reveal profound truths about human nature, the value of diversity in community building, and how different personality styles, when understood and appreciated rather than judged or dismissed, each contribute essential elements to the collective harmony and individual growth that characterize healthy, thriving communities. In the bright energy of morning sunshine and the infectious enthusiasm that greets each new day with boundless possibility, we encounter the peppy villagers, whose approach to life embodies the archetypal energy of youth, hope, and the kind of irrepressible optimism that sees every moment as an opportunity for adventure, discovery, and joyful engagement with whatever experiences the world might offer. These characters represent the life force itself, the creative energy that initiates new projects, forms new relationships, and maintains the kind of forward-looking enthusiasm that keeps communities vibrant and open to growth, rather than settling into stagnation or cynical resignation about future possibilities. Bunny, with her bright yellow fur and perpetually cheerful demeanor, exemplifies the peppy archetype's gift for finding excitement and possibility in circumstances that others might view as routine or unremarkable. Her ability to approach each day with fresh energy and genuine curiosity demonstrates how enthusiasm can be cultivated as a conscious choice, rather than depending entirely upon external circumstances or mood fluctuations beyond personal control. Her consistent brightness reveals someone who has discovered that joy and excitement are renewable resources that increase rather than decrease through generous sharing with others. The dreams and ambitions that characterize peppy villagers like Bunny reflect their understanding that life's meaning emerges through pursuing possibilities that inspire and energize, rather than settling for security or comfort that might provide stability, but lack the vitality and sense of adventure that make daily existence feel worth living. Their goal-oriented enthusiasm demonstrates how authentic ambition serves not just personal achievement but community inspiration, by modeling the kind of engagement with life that encourages others to pursue their own dreams and possibilities rather than accepting limitation or resignation. Cherry represents a fascinating evolution within the peppy archetype. Someone whose punk rock aesthetic and rebellious appearance might seem to contradict the typical cheerful energy associated with peppy personalities, but who actually demonstrates how authentic enthusiasm can manifest through unconventional channels and alternative forms of self-expression. Her combination of edgy style with underlying optimism shows how peppy energy can serve individual authenticity and creative expression, rather than conforming to expected patterns or social pressures about how enthusiasm should look or express itself. The way Cherry integrates her alternative aesthetic with genuine warmth and community engagement reveals how peppy villagers understand that authentic self-expression enhances rather than diminishes their ability to contribute positively to community life and relationships with others. Her evolution demonstrates how personality archetypes can adapt and develop while maintaining their essential characteristics, how core temperamental gifts can find expression through various lifestyle choices, and creative approaches that reflect individual uniqueness within universal patterns. Peppy Villagers' approach to friendship and social connection reflects their understanding that relationships thrive through mutual encouragement, shared excitement about possibilities, and the kind of positive energy that helps others feel more optimistic and energized about their own lives and potential. Their social style demonstrates how authentic enthusiasm serves others by creating atmospheres where people feel supported in pursuing their dreams, taking appropriate risks, and maintaining hope during challenging circumstances that might otherwise lead to discouragement or withdrawal. The way Pepi villagers handle disappointment and setbacks reveals their resilience and their understanding that maintaining optimism does not require denying difficulties, but rather approaching challenges as temporary obstacles that can be overcome through persistence, creativity, and the support of caring community members. Their recovery strategies demonstrate how healthy enthusiasm includes the ability to bounce back from difficulties while learning from experience and adapting approaches without losing fundamental faith in life's possibilities and their own capability to create positive outcomes. In the comfortable warmth of afternoon contentment and the profound satisfaction that comes from appreciating life's simple pleasures, we encounter the lazy villagers whose approach to existence embodies wisdom about pace, priorities, and the often undervalued art of being present with immediate experience rather than constantly striving toward future goals or achievements. These characters represent the contemplative aspect of human nature, the part that understands that happiness often emerges not through acquiring more or doing more, but through developing the capacity to fully appreciate what is already available and accessible in each moment. Bob, with his purple fur and perpetually relaxed demeanor, exemplifies the lazy archetype's profound understanding that life's deepest satisfactions often come through the simplest activities and the most basic human needs and pleasures. His contentment with food, friendship, and comfortable surroundings demonstrates how authentic happiness can be cultivated through attention to fundamental experiences, rather than depending upon complex achievements or sophisticated acquisitions that might provide temporary satisfaction, but require constant maintenance and upgrading to sustain their appeal. The food wisdom that characterizes lazy villagers like Bob reflects their understanding that eating can be elevated from mere biological necessity to genuine pleasure and even spiritual practice when approached with appropriate attention and appreciation. Their relationship with food demonstrates how mindful engagement with basic life activities can become sources of joy, comfort, and connection to the present moment that serve as alternatives to the anxiety and dissatisfaction that often accompany goal-oriented striving and future-focused thinking. Stitches represents the lazy archetype's connection to childhood wisdom and the kind of innocent wonder that sees magic and possibility in ordinary objects and experiences. His patchwork appearance and toy-like qualities demonstrate how lazy villagers maintain connection to playfulness and imagination that adults often sacrifice in pursuit of productivity and social respectability. His character shows how the lazy approach to life includes preserving and nurturing aspects of personality and experience that provide joy, creativity, and authentic self-expression regardless of their practical utility or social recognition. The way Stitches approaches daily activities with wonder and enthusiasm for simple pleasures reveals how lazy villagers understand that sustainable happiness comes through developing appreciation for experiences that are readily available, rather than depending upon rare, expensive, or complex sources of satisfaction that might be difficult to maintain or access consistently. His contentment demonstrates how authentic well-being can be cultivated through attention to basic joys, rather than requiring dramatic achievements or sophisticated acquisitions. Lazy villagers' approach to work and productivity reflects their understanding that efficiency and achievement serve their highest purposes when balanced with rest, reflection, and the kind of unstructured time that allows for creativity, spontaneity, and the integration of experience that happens naturally when individuals are not constantly focused on external goals or performance expectations. Their lifestyle demonstrates how sustainable productivity includes regular periods of restoration and play that serve not just personal well-being but long-term effectiveness and creativity. The philosophical insights that often emerge from lazy villagers' casual conversations reveal their capacity for deep thinking and meaningful observation that develops naturally when individuals create space for contemplation and are not constantly distracted by busy schedules or urgent demands. Their wisdom demonstrates how important insights and creative solutions often emerge during relaxed, unstructured time rather than through forced effort or systematic problem-solving approaches. In the gentle stability of evening routines and the nurturing energy that creates safe, comfortable environments where others can flourish and develop according to their authentic nature, we encounter the normal villagers whose approach to life embodies the archetypal energy of the supportive friend, the caring neighbor, and the reliable community member, whose consistent kindness and emotional availability create the foundation upon which more dramatic personalities can safely express themselves and pursue their individual development and creative aspirations. Goldie, with her warm golden fur and naturally maternal presence, exemplifies the normal archetype's gift for creating atmospheres of acceptance, support, and unconditional positive regard that allow others to feel valued and appreciated, regardless of their current struggles, achievements, or life circumstances. Her consistent warmth demonstrates how authentic caring serves essential community functions by providing emotional stability and reassurance that help individuals navigate their personal challenges while maintaining connection to supportive relationships and community belonging. The nurturing instincts that characterize normal villagers like Goldie reflect their understanding that healthy communities require individuals who prioritize the emotional and social needs of community members, who pay attention to how others are feeling and what they might need for support, encouragement, or practical assistance. Their caring approach demonstrates how genuine service to others emerges naturally from empathetic awareness and the recognition that individual well-being is inseparable from community health and mutual support. Fauna represents the normal archetype's connection to natural wisdom and the kind of gentle strength that can provide guidance and comfort without being intrusive or controlling. Her deer-like grace and obvious connection to natural rhythms demonstrate how normal villagers often embody the kind of organic wisdom that trusts natural processes and supports others' authentic development rather than trying to impose specific outcomes or directions based on personal preferences or external expectations. The way Fauna combines gentleness with quiet strength reveals how normal villagers understand that effective support often requires the ability to be present with others' difficulties and emotions without trying to fix or change their experience, to offer comfort and understanding without judgment or pressure to conform to particular approaches or solutions. Her supportive presence demonstrates how authentic helping serves others' autonomy and self-determination rather than creating dependence or obligation. Normal villagers' approach to conflict resolution and community harmony reflects their understanding that sustainable peace emerges through patient attention to everyone's needs and perspectives rather than through forcing agreement or suppressing differences that might create temporary tension but require ongoing attention and care. Their mediation style demonstrates how effective community building requires individuals who can hold space for diverse viewpoints while maintaining focus on underlying shared values and mutual respect. The way normal villagers maintain their own well-being while supporting others reveals their understanding that authentic caring requires appropriate boundaries and self-care practices that prevent burnout while maintaining the emotional and physical resources needed for sustained service and availability to community members who depend upon their stability and support. in the dynamic energy of physical activity and the dedication to continuous improvement that sees every challenge as an opportunity for growth and development, we encounter the Jock villagers, whose approach to life embodies the archetypal energy of the athlete, the competitor, and the individual whose commitment to physical excellence and personal development serves not just individual achievement but community inspiration, and the modeling of how dedication and persistent effort can transform limitations into capabilities and dreams into accomplished realities. Kid Cat, with his superhero costume and obvious enthusiasm for physical fitness and heroic ideals, exemplifies the Jock archetype's understanding that physical development serves not just personal health but psychological well-being, and the kind of confident engagement with challenges that can inspire others to pursue their own goals with greater commitment and effectiveness. His superhero identity demonstrates how Jock villagers often connect physical training to larger purposes and ideals that give meaning to the discipline and effort required for athletic development. The competitive spirit that characterizes Jock villagers like Kid Cat reflects their understanding that competition serves its highest purpose when it motivates excellence and personal development, rather than dominating or diminishing others, when it becomes a vehicle for mutual inspiration and shared commitment to improvement, rather than a source of hostility or destructive rivalry. Their competitive approach demonstrates how healthy competition can enhance rather than damage relationships and community cohesion. Rudy represents the Jock archetype's capacity for leadership and the way that physical confidence and athletic ability can create natural authority and influence that serves community welfare when guided by appropriate values and genuine concern for others' development and well-being. His natural charisma and obvious physical competence demonstrate how Jock villagers can serve as role models and motivators who help others discover their own capabilities and pursue their own forms of excellence. The way Rudy combines physical prowess with emotional intelligence and social awareness reveals how Jock villagers understand that authentic strength includes not just physical capability, but the wisdom to use that strength appropriately, and the empathy to recognize how their energy and influence affect others. His balanced approach demonstrates how athletic development can serve character development and community leadership rather than just personal achievement or recognition. Jock villagers' approach to goal setting and achievement reflects their understanding that sustainable success requires both ambitious vision and practical daily discipline, both big dreams and consistent small actions that gradually build the capabilities and habits needed for long-term accomplishment. Their goal-oriented lifestyle demonstrates how effective achievement emerges through patient persistence rather than dramatic gestures or unsustainable burst of intense effort. The way Jock villagers handle failure and setbacks reveals their resilience and their understanding that growth requires the willingness to risk failure, to learn from mistakes, and to persist through difficulties rather than expecting success to come easily or without significant effort and occasional disappointment. Their recovery strategies demonstrate how athletic mindset can serve all areas of life by providing approaches to challenge and adversity that maintain motivation and forward progress despite temporary obstacles or setbacks. In the refined appreciation for beauty, culture, and the finer aspects of civilized living, we encounter the snooty villagers, whose approach to life embodies the archetypal energy of the connoisseur, the cultural curator, and the individual whose high standards and sophisticated tastes serve not just personal satisfaction, but community elevation by modeling excellence introducing others to beautiful and meaningful experiences, and maintaining standards that prevent communities from settling for mediocrity or neglecting the aesthetic and cultural dimensions of flourishing human life. Whitney, with her elegant white fur and naturally aristocratic bearing, exemplifies the snooty archetype's understanding that beauty and refinement serve essential functions in human experience, that exposure to excellence in art, culture, and aesthetic expression can elevate individual consciousness and community culture in ways that contribute to psychological well-being and social harmony. Her sophisticated presence demonstrates how high standards can inspire rather than intimidate when presented with appropriate grace and genuine desire to share rather than hoard cultural knowledge and appreciation. The cultural knowledge that characterizes snooty villagers like Whitney reflects their understanding that civilization represents accumulated human achievement in creating beauty, meaning, and sophisticated approaches to living that can enrich individual experience and community life when shared appropriately and made accessible to others who might benefit from exposure to excellence and refinement. Their expertise demonstrates how cultural education serves both personal development and community enrichment. Diana represents the snooty archetype's capacity for gracious leadership and the way that natural elegance and cultural sophistication can create positive influence that elevates community standards and aspirations without creating destructive comparison or exclusion of those who are still developing their own appreciation for beauty and refinement. Her regal bearing and obvious cultural knowledge demonstrate how snooty villagers can serve as teachers and guides who help others discover and develop their own aesthetic sensibilities. The way Diana combines high standards with genuine warmth and inclusiveness reveals how snooty villagers understand that authentic refinement includes the generosity to share cultural knowledge and the wisdom to present excellence in ways that inspire rather than discourage others' development of their own taste and appreciation. Her gracious approach demonstrates how sophisticated individuals can serve community functions by making beauty and culture accessible rather than exclusive. Snooty villagers' approach to quality and excellence reflects their understanding that high standards serve not just personal satisfaction, but collective benefit by maintaining cultural values and aesthetic awareness that prevent communities from accepting mediocrity or neglecting the elements of beauty and refinement that contribute to psychological well-being and social dignity. Their commitment to quality demonstrates how individual excellence can serve community elevation when approached with appropriate generosity and inclusive vision. The way snooty villagers balance their appreciation for luxury and refinement with genuine care for community members reveals their understanding that authentic sophistication includes the wisdom to use cultural knowledge and aesthetic sensitivity in service of others' well-being rather than just personal enjoyment or social positioning. Their mature approach demonstrates how refined individuals can contribute to community life through sharing their gifts rather than using them to create division or hierarchy. In the gruff exterior that conceals deep wisdom earned through experience, and the protective strength that serves those who are still learning how to navigate life's challenges and complexities, we encounter the cranky villagers, whose approach to life embodies the archetypal energy of the elder, the mentor, and the individual whose apparent harshness often masks profound caring and the kind of practical wisdom that can only be developed through years of facing difficulties with courage and persistence, while maintaining fundamental commitment to what matters most in life. Dobie, with his elderly appearance and obviously weathered demeanor, exemplifies the cranky archetype's understanding that authentic wisdom often emerges through difficulty, and that the most valuable guidance frequently comes from those who have made mistakes, faced consequences, and learned how to live with both success and failure while maintaining their integrity and their capacity to care about others' well-being and development. His gruff presentation demonstrates how protective instincts can manifest through apparent severity that actually serves caring purposes. The protective instincts that characterize cranky villagers like Dobie reflect their understanding that caring sometimes requires the willingness to be temporarily disliked or misunderstood in service of others' long-term benefit. That authentic love occasionally demands tough guidance and honest feedback, rather than constant approval and superficial encouragement that might feel good temporarily but fail to serve genuine development and growth. Bruce represents the cranky archetype's capacity for mentorship and the way that experienced individuals can provide guidance and support that helps younger or less experienced community members avoid unnecessary mistakes while learning to develop their own judgment and decision-making capabilities. His obvious knowledge and practical wisdom demonstrate how cranky villagers serve essential community functions by sharing hard-earned insights about how to navigate challenges effectively. The way Bruce combines stern exterior with underlying warmth and genuine concern reveals how cranky villagers understand that effective mentorship requires both high expectations and emotional support, both honest assessment and encouragement, both challenge and compassion, in appropriate balance, depending upon what individual students need for their optimal development and growth toward authentic independence and competence. Cranky villagers' approach to responsibility and duty reflects their understanding that sustainable communities require individuals who are willing to handle difficult tasks, make unpopular decisions, and maintain standards even when doing so creates temporary conflict or requires personal sacrifice. Their commitment to doing what needs to be done demonstrates how mature individuals serve community welfare by taking on challenging roles that others might avoid or handle inadequately. The way cranky villagers express affection and care through actions, rather than words, reveals their understanding that authentic love manifests through reliable support, practical assistance, and the willingness to be present during difficult times, rather than only when relationships are easy and pleasant. Their caring style demonstrates how different personality types express concern and commitment through different channels that serve equally important functions in creating comprehensive community support systems. In the confident charm and sophisticated self-presentation that balances personal pride with genuine interest in others' well-being and development, we encounter the smug villagers, whose approach to life embodies the archetypal energy of the sophisticated friend, the cultured companion, and the individual whose obvious self-assurance and refined sensibilities create positive influence and inspiration when guided by authentic care for others, rather than mere ego gratification or social positioning. Marshall, with his cream-colored fur and naturally dignified bearing, exemplifies the smug archetype's understanding that confidence and sophistication can serve community functions by modeling self-respect and encouraging others to develop their own sense of worth and capability while maintaining the kind of gracious social presence that enhances rather than dominates community interactions and relationships. His refined demeanor demonstrates how authentic confidence can inspire rather than intimidate when combined with genuine interest in others' success and well-being. The artistic sensibilities that characterize smug villagers like Marshall reflect their understanding that creativity and aesthetic appreciation serve not just personal satisfaction, but community enrichment by introducing beauty, culture, and sophisticated approaches to self-expression that can elevate collective standards and provide inspiration for others' own creative development and artistic exploration. Their cultural knowledge demonstrates how individual refinement can serve collective benefit when shared generously. Julian represents the smug archetype's capacity for unique self-expression and the way that confident individuals can embrace unconventional aesthetics and alternative approaches to living while maintaining social grace and positive influence within community context. His unicorn-like appearance and obviously sophisticated personality demonstrate how smug villagers can model authenticity and creative self-expression while serving positive community functions. The way Julian combines obvious pride in his unique qualities with genuine warmth and interest in others reveals how smug villagers understand that authentic self-confidence includes the security to appreciate others' gifts, to support their development without feeling threatened or competitive. His balanced approach demonstrates how sophisticated individuals can maintain their distinctive identity while contributing to community harmony and mutual support. Smug villagers' approach to friendship and social connection reflects their understanding that meaningful relationships require both individual authenticity and generous attention to others' needs and interests. That successful social interaction involves sharing personal gifts while remaining genuinely curious about and supportive of others' development and aspirations. Their social style demonstrates how confidence can enhance rather than interfere with authentic connection and mutual support. The way smug villagers balance personal sophistication with accessibility and inclusiveness reveals their understanding that authentic refinement includes the wisdom to share cultural knowledge and aesthetic sensitivity in ways that inspire and educate rather than exclude or intimidate others who may be at different stages of their own cultural and personal development. Finally, in the fierce loyalty and protective strength that creates safe spaces where authentic community can flourish without threat or intimidation, we encounter the sisterly villagers whose approach to life embodies the archetypal energy of the protective friend, the loyal defender, and the individual whose combination of toughness and caring creates the kind of reliable support that allows others to take appropriate risks and pursue their authentic development while knowing they have strong allies who will support them through difficulties and challenges. Phoebe, with her flame-colored feathers and obviously strong personality, exemplifies the sisterly archetype's understanding that authentic caring sometimes requires the willingness to fight for others' well-being, to stand up against unfairness or intimidation, and to provide the kind of fierce protection that creates security and confidence for community members who might be vulnerable to exploitation or mistreatment. Her protective instincts demonstrate how strength serves its highest purpose when used in service of others' safety and authentic development. The streetwise wisdom that characterizes sisterly villagers like Phoebe reflects their understanding that life contains genuine dangers and challenges that require practical knowledge, emotional resilience, and the kind of realistic assessment of situations and people that can prevent naivety from leading to harmful outcomes. Their practical wisdom demonstrates how protective caring includes helping others develop the awareness and skills needed for self-protection and effective navigation of complex social situations. Muffy represents the sisterly archetype's capacity for combining alternative aesthetics with genuine warmth and the way that individuals who embrace unconventional self-expression can still serve essential community functions of protection, support, and loyal friendship. Her gothic appearance and obviously caring personality demonstrate how sisterly villagers can model authenticity and creative self-expression while maintaining their fundamental commitment to others' welfare and community solidarity. The way Muffy integrates her distinctive style with obvious emotional intelligence and social awareness reveals how sisterly villagers understand that authentic self-expression enhances rather than diminishes their ability to serve protective and supportive functions within community life. Her balanced approach demonstrates how strong individuals can maintain their unique identity while contributing to collective security and mutual support. Sisterly Villagers' approach to justice and fairness reflects their understanding that healthy communities require individuals who are willing to identify and address inequality, exploitation, and mistreatment that might otherwise be ignored or tolerated to avoid conflict. Their commitment to justice demonstrates how protective strength can serve community welfare by ensuring that vulnerable members receive appropriate support and that community standards maintain integrity and fairness. The way sisterly villagers express care through fierce loyalty and protective action reveals their understanding that authentic love sometimes manifests through confrontation, advocacy, and the willingness to take risks or make sacrifices to ensure others' safety and well-being. Their caring style demonstrates how different approaches to expressing concern and commitment can serve equally important functions in creating comprehensive community support that addresses both gentle, nurturing needs and protection requirements. Together, these villager archetypes create the rich social ecosystem that makes Animal Crossing communities both realistic and idealistic, both challenging and supportive, both diverse and harmonious. Their different approaches to living demonstrate how healthy communities benefit from personality, diversity, and how individual authenticity serves collective welfare when guided by genuine care for others and commitment to mutual support and shared flourishing. Each archetype contributes essential elements to community life, while learning from and being enhanced by contact with different approaches and perspectives that expand understanding and create opportunities for personal growth and development. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider these different personality archetypes and their unique gifts to community life and individual development. Their wisdom reminds us that authentic community requires not conformity but diversity, not uniformity, but the kind of mutual appreciation and support that allows each individual's gifts to flourish while serving collective welfare and shared values that transcend personality differences and create unity through diversity rather than sameness. Beyond the familiar archetypes that populate every village with their predictable patterns and reliable presence, there exists in the Animal Crossing world a collection of characters whose appearances are so infrequent, whose roles are so specialized, and whose influence operates so subtly that they often remain unnoticed by casual observers, yet serve functions that are absolutely essential to the deeper workings of community life and individual development. These are the mysterious and rare figures, beings whose limited visibility masks profound importance, and whose brief encounters can create lasting impact that ripples through village life in ways that extend far beyond the immediate circumstances of their presence or the obvious purpose of their services. In the shadows of village evaluation and the quiet assessment of how individuals create meaning and beauty in their personal spaces, there operates a figure whose mysterious appearances represent far more than simple home inspection or bureaucratic oversight. Farley, connected to the Happy Home Academy and its mission of recognizing excellence in domestic creativity and environmental design, embodies themes of invisible standards, unspoken expectations, and the complex relationship between private self-expression and public recognition that characterizes human attempts to create meaning through the arrangement and decoration of personal living spaces. Farley's elusive nature and unpredictable timing reflect his understanding that authentic evaluation must happen naturally and spontaneously, rather than through announced inspections or artificial situations that might encourage temporary improvements rather than revealing genuine approaches to creating beautiful and meaningful living environments. His secretive methodology demonstrates how effective assessment often requires observing normal circumstances and authentic choices rather than performance or presentation, specifically designed to impress evaluators or meet external standards. The criteria that Farley applies in his evaluations represent not arbitrary aesthetic preferences, but deeper principles about how physical environments can support psychological well-being, creative expression, and the kind of personal satisfaction that emerges when individuals learn to create spaces that truly reflect their authentic preferences and support their genuine needs, rather than conforming to external expectations or temporary fashion, trends that might look impressive but fail to serve long-term comfort and satisfaction. The way Farley's assessments influence village reputation and recognition systems reflects his role in maintaining community standards and encouraging excellence in the often undervalued art of creating beautiful and functional personal environments. His influence demonstrates how individual attention to beauty and meaningful design serves not just personal satisfaction, but collective benefit by elevating community aesthetic standards and inspiring others to invest effort in creating living spaces that enhance rather than diminish their daily experience and overall life satisfaction. Farley's connection to the broader network of evaluation and recognition that operates throughout Animal Crossing communities shows how individual excellence in any area contributes to larger systems of mutual inspiration and collective improvement that benefit entire communities when individuals are encouraged and supported in developing their particular gifts and areas of interest. His work demonstrates how specialized assessment can serve community functions by identifying and celebrating achievement that might otherwise go unrecognized or undervalued. The mysterious timing of Farley's evaluations and the unpredictability of when recognition might arrive reflect his understanding that authentic achievement cannot be rushed or forced, but must develop naturally through consistent attention to quality and genuine care for creating beautiful and meaningful environments rather than seeking immediate recognition or external validation for efforts that serve primarily personal satisfaction and authentic self-expression. The way Farley's standards evolve and adapt to different community contexts demonstrates his understanding that excellence takes many forms, and that effective evaluation must recognize diverse approaches to creating beauty and meaning, rather than imposing uniform criteria that might favor particular styles or approaches, while failing to appreciate alternative forms of creativity and environmental design that serve different temperaments and aesthetic preferences equally well. Operating from concerns about life's uncertainties and the various forms of protection and preparation that can help individuals and communities navigate unexpected challenges and changing circumstances, we encounter Lyle, whose insurance-focused activities represent far more than simple commercial transaction or bureaucratic procedure. His presence in Animal Crossing communities embodies themes of foresight, preparation, and the complex human relationship with uncertainty, risk, and the desire for security that must be balanced with openness to possibility and the acceptance that life contains elements that cannot be completely controlled or predicted, regardless of planning or preparation efforts. Lyle's initial approach as aggressive salesman reflects a common misunderstanding about how security and protection can be obtained. The mistaken belief that safety comes through external products or services rather than through internal development of resilience, community support, and the kind of practical wisdom that helps individuals make good decisions and respond effectively to whatever circumstances actually arise, rather than trying to anticipate and prepare for every possible difficulty or challenge that might theoretically occur. The evolution of Lyle's approach from pushy sales tactics to genuine helpfulness demonstrates his growing understanding that authentic service involves responding to actual needs and circumstances, rather than creating artificial urgency or exploiting fear and anxiety to generate business. His transformation shows how individuals can learn to use their professional skills and knowledge in service of others' genuine welfare rather than primarily for personal advancement or commercial success that might benefit providers, while failing to serve recipients' authentic needs and interests. The insurance concerns that motivate Lyle's work reflect legitimate recognition that life contains genuine risks and uncertainties that can be partially mitigated through appropriate preparation and protective measures, but his mature approach acknowledges that complete security is neither possible nor necessarily desirable, since excessive focus on protection can prevent the kind of openness and flexibility that allow individuals to respond creatively to unexpected circumstances and opportunities. Lyle's growing understanding of community dynamics and individual needs shows his development of empathy and practical wisdom that allows him to distinguish between legitimate, protective concerns that deserve attention and excessive worry or fear that might interfere with authentic living and appropriate risk-taking. His evolution demonstrates how service providers can learn to support others' genuine security while avoiding the exploitation of anxiety for commercial purposes that ultimately serves no one's authentic interests. The way Lyle adapts his services to actual community conditions, rather than imposing generic solutions, reflects his understanding that effective protection and preparation must be tailored to specific circumstances, individual capabilities, and realistic assessment of probable challenges, rather than theoretical worst-case scenarios that might justify excessive preparation, but interfere with daily life and authentic engagement with present opportunities and experiences. Lyle's relationship with other community figures and his integration into village life demonstrate how individuals whose initial approach might be problematic can find authentic roles and meaningful contribution when they learn to align their skills and concerns with genuine community needs, rather than pursuing personal agendas that might conflict with collective welfare or individual authenticity and appropriate autonomy in making personal decisions about risk and preparation. Soaring between villages and maintaining the essential connections that allow communities to communicate, share resources, and coordinate activities across distances that would otherwise create isolation and fragmentation. We encounter Pete, whose dedicated postal service represents far more than simple message delivery or package transport. His role as flying messenger embodies themes of connection, communication, and the vital function that reliable information exchange serves in maintaining relationships, coordinating activities, and creating the kind of mutual awareness and support that transforms isolated individuals into genuine communities capable of collective action and mutual aid. Pete's bird nature and natural flying ability connect him to archetypal themes of messengers, communication between different realms or levels of existence, and the kind of perspective that comes from being able to move freely between different locations and viewpoints, rather than being limited to single positions or perspectives that might restrict understanding of larger patterns and connections that exist between apparently separate individuals and communities. The dedication that Pete brings to his postal responsibilities reflects his understanding that communication serves essential functions in maintaining relationships, coordinating activities, and sharing information that enables individuals and communities to make informed decisions and provide mutual support across distances that would otherwise create isolation, and prevent the kind of cooperation and resource sharing that benefit everyone involved in community networks and relationships. Pete's travel experiences and exposure to diverse communities provide him with unique perspectives on how different places approach common challenges and opportunities, how various solutions and approaches can be adapted and shared to benefit multiple communities, and how individual innovations and discoveries can serve broader benefit when communicated effectively through reliable channels and trusted messengers who maintain accuracy and timeliness in their service. The way Pete maintains reliability and consistency in his service despite weather challenges, distance demands, and the physical and emotional stress that can accompany constant travel demonstrates his commitment to serving purposes larger than his personal comfort or convenience. His dedication shows how essential services require individuals who understand their work as genuine calling rather than mere employment or obligation that can be performed adequately with minimal effort or attention. Pete's relationship with the broader postal network and his coordination with other communication workers demonstrate how complex systems require individual excellence and reliability from every participant in order to function effectively and serve the collective needs that depend upon accurate and timely information exchange. His cooperation shows how individual dedication serves collective benefit when guided by shared commitment to common purposes and mutual support. The messages and packages that Pete carries represent not just information or material goods, but connections between people, expressions of care and concern, and the ongoing relationships that create community cohesion and mutual support across time and distance. His service enables the kind of sustained communication that allows relationships to develop and flourish despite physical separation and the challenges that geographic distance can create for maintaining awareness and connection. Pete's aerial perspective and ability to see larger patterns and connections from his elevated vantage point position him as someone who can serve not just communication functions but also provide insights and information about broader conditions and trends that might not be visible from ground-level perspectives limited to immediate circumstances and local conditions. Working through the quiet hours when most community members rest, and depending upon reliable service to maintain essential functions during times when others are unavailable, we encounter Phyllis, whose night shift postal duties represent far more than simple schedule accommodation or convenience provision. Her nocturnal work embodies themes of dedication, service continuity, and the often invisible labor that maintains community functions during hours when most people are unaware of the ongoing work required to sustain the systems and services upon which daily life depends for its smooth operation and reliable support. Phyllis's cynical exterior and sometimes gruff demeanor mask profound dedication to her work and genuine care for the communication needs of community members who depend upon postal services for maintaining connections and coordinating activities that serve both personal relationships and collective welfare. Her apparent negativity often reflects realistic assessment of human nature and social dynamics, rather than fundamental pessimism or lack of commitment to her essential service functions. The night shift timing of Phyllis's work reflects her understanding that communication needs operate according to various schedules and urgent circumstances that require availability during hours when other services might be unavailable, that some messages and communications cannot wait for conventional business hours, and that reliable service means being accessible when people actually need assistance rather than only when it is convenient for service providers. The way Phyllis handles difficult or demanding customers demonstrates her professional competence and emotional resilience, her ability to maintain service quality and reliability, despite challenging interpersonal circumstances that might discourage or frustrate workers who lack her experience and commitment to fulfilling essential community functions, regardless of personal stress or social difficulties. Phyllis's cynical observations about human nature and social patterns often contain genuine wisdom and practical insights that emerge from years of observing how people actually behave rather than how they claim to behave, how communities actually function rather than how they ideally should function, and how individual choices and attitudes affect collective outcomes and relationships in ways that participants might not fully recognize or acknowledge. The dedication that Phyllis maintains despite apparent lack of recognition or appreciation for her night shift service demonstrates her understanding that authentic work satisfaction comes from fulfilling essential functions and serving genuine needs, rather than from external recognition or social validation that might be satisfying, but is not necessary for meaningful contribution to community welfare and individual service to purposes larger than personal advancement or recognition. Phyllis's relationship with her daytime counterpart and the way she coordinates service continuity across different shifts shows her understanding that effective systems require cooperation and mutual support between individuals who serve different but complementary functions, that reliable service emerges through collective commitment rather than individual effort alone, and that personal differences in style or approach need not interfere with shared dedication to common purposes. The way Phyllis manages the loneliness and social isolation that can accompany night shift work demonstrates her emotional resilience and her strategies for maintaining psychological well-being while serving essential functions that require personal sacrifice and accommodation to schedules that limit normal social interaction and participation in conventional community activities and relationships. Maintaining daytime postal operations with gentle efficiency and romantic optimism that balances practical service responsibilities with personal dreams and aspirations. We encounter Pelly, whose approach to communication services represents the complementary energy of hope, connection, and the belief that individual messages and communications serve important functions in creating and maintaining the relationships that make community life meaningful and supportive for all participants who depend upon reliable information, exchange for coordination and mutual awareness. Pelly's naturally cheerful demeanor and obvious satisfaction with her postal work reflect her understanding that communication services serve not just practical functions but emotional and social needs, that messages between community members represent expressions of care, concern, and ongoing relationship maintenance that contribute to collective well-being and individual sense of connection and belonging within larger community contexts. The romantic dreams and aspirations that characterize Pelly's personality demonstrate how individual hopes and desires for personal fulfillment can coexist with dedicated professional service and commitment to community welfare, how personal authenticity and professional excellence can mutually reinforce each other when work aligns with individual values and provides opportunities for meaningful contribution to others' well-being and community functions. Pelly's gentle approach to customer service and her patient attention to individual communication needs show her understanding that effective postal service involves not just accurate message delivery, but emotional support and social connection that help community members feel heard, understood, and valued for their attempts to maintain relationships and coordinate activities that serve both personal and collective interests. The way Pelly maintains optimism and positive energy despite the routine nature of her work and the occasional difficulties that accompany service provision demonstrates her ability to find meaning and satisfaction in activities that serve others' needs rather than depending solely upon dramatic achievement or external recognition for personal fulfillment and sense of purpose. Pelly's coordination with night shift operations and her respect for different approaches to shared service show her understanding that effective systems benefit from diverse personalities and complementary strengths rather than uniform approaches that might limit flexibility and responsiveness to varying conditions and needs that require different service styles and capabilities. The personal relationships and romantic interests that Pelly maintains alongside her professional responsibilities demonstrate how individual authenticity and personal development can enhance rather than interfere with service excellence. When personal growth increases empathy, emotional intelligence, and genuine care for others' well-being and community welfare. Finally, serving as the first point of contact for newcomers and providing the initial guidance that helps individuals transition from isolation to community membership, we encounter Rover, whose role as greeter and guide represents far more than simple information provision or orientation service. His presence at the threshold between individual journey and community arrival embodies themes of hospitality, transition, and the crucial function that welcoming relationships serve in helping individuals find their place within larger social contexts that can provide support, opportunity, and meaningful belonging. Rover's cat nature and naturally curious personality reflect his understanding that effective greeting and orientation require genuine interest in newcomers' backgrounds, experiences, and aspirations, rather than routine information delivery that might provide practical guidance but fail to create the personal connection and emotional support that facilitates successful transition from independent travel to community, membership, and authentic participation in collective life. The travel experiences that inform Rover's conversations and guidance demonstrate his understanding that effective welcoming requires appreciation for diverse backgrounds and different journeys that bring individuals to community, membership, that successful orientation involves recognizing and honoring previous experiences, while providing information and support that help newcomers adapt to local conditions and community expectations. The questions that Rover asks newcomers serve not just information-gathering functions but relationship-building purposes, creating opportunities for individuals to share their stories, express their hopes and concerns, and begin the process of authentic self-presentation that allows community members to understand and appreciate their unique gifts and potential contributions to collective life and mutual support. Rover's patient attention to individual newcomers and his willingness to adapt his guidance to different personalities and circumstances demonstrate his understanding that effective community integration requires personalized attention and support rather than generic orientation that might provide basic information but fail to address individual needs and concerns that affect successful adaptation and authentic participation. The way Rover maintains enthusiasm and genuine interest, despite the repetitive nature of his greeting role, shows his understanding that each newcomer represents unique possibilities and potential contributions to community life, that individual journeys and stories deserve respect and attention regardless of surface similarities, and that authentic hospitality requires fresh engagement with each person rather than routine service delivery. Rover's knowledge of community resources, opportunities, and social dynamics positions him to provide guidance that helps newcomers understand not just practical requirements but cultural expectations, relationship patterns, and the informal systems that affect success and satisfaction within community contexts that might not be immediately apparent to individuals who lack local experience and social connections. The transition that Rover facilitates between individual journey and community membership demonstrates his role in helping people understand that belonging requires both personal authenticity and social adaptation, that successful community participation involves maintaining individual identity while developing relationships and contributing to collective welfare in ways that serve both personal fulfillment and community benefit. Together, these mysterious and rare figures demonstrate how communities function through networks of specialized service and dedication that often operate invisibly but serve essential functions in maintaining the systems, relationships, and standards that allow collective life to flourish and provide meaningful support for individual development and authentic participation. Their stories remind us that the most important work is often the least visible, that brief encounters can have profound impact, and that the quality of community life depends upon countless individuals who serve essential functions without seeking recognition or requiring constant appreciation for their dedicated contribution to collective welfare. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider these mysterious and rare figures whose limited visibility masks essential service and profound dedication to community welfare and individual support. Their wisdom reminds us that meaning and purpose are often found in the background roles that maintain the systems and relationships upon which more visible activities depend, that authentic contribution often requires the willingness to serve without recognition, and that the most important encounters are sometimes the briefest ones that provide exactly what is needed at crucial moments of transition and development. As we reach the culmination of our journey through the gentle world of Animal Crossing and its remarkable community of characters, we arrive at perhaps the most profound recognition of all, that this seemingly simple game world actually contains within its daily rhythms and seasonal cycles a complete philosophy of living, a comprehensive approach to human existence that addresses the deepest questions of meaning, purpose, and authentic fulfillment through the seemingly ordinary activities of village life and community participation. The wisdom embedded within Animal Crossing's design and character interactions represents nothing less than a radical reimagining of what it means to live well, to find satisfaction, and to create meaning in a world that often seems to prioritize speed over depth, achievement over presence, and individual success over collective flourishing. At the heart of Animal Crossing's philosophical framework lies the revolutionary understanding that the rhythm of daily tasks can become a form of contemplative practice, a way of engaging with existence that transforms routine activities from mere obligations or necessary maintenance into opportunities for mindfulness, presence, and the kind of meditative awareness that spiritual traditions have recognized for centuries as essential for psychological well-being and authentic spiritual development. The game's emphasis on daily activities like fishing, gardening, decorating, and visiting with neighbors creates a structure that naturally encourages the kind of present moment awareness that allows individuals to find satisfaction and meaning in immediate experience rather than constantly deferring happiness to future achievements or external circumstances beyond. Personal control. The way Animal Crossing presents fishing as both practical activity and contemplative practice demonstrates how any routine task can become a doorway to deeper awareness when approached with appropriate attention and appreciation. The act of casting a line into village waters becomes an exercise in patience, timing, and the kind of receptive attention that allows natural processes to unfold according to their own rhythm, rather than trying to force outcomes through excessive effort or anxious striving. The unpredictability of what might emerge from the water creates opportunities for surprise, gratitude, and the recognition that life contains gifts and possibilities that cannot be anticipated or controlled, but can be received with appreciation when we develop the capacity to remain open to whatever actually occurs, rather than insisting that experience conform to our expectations or preferences. Similarly, the gardening activities that form such a central part of village life represent far more than simple decoration or resource management. They embody a complete philosophy about growth, timing, and the relationship between human effort and natural processes that cannot be rushed or controlled, but can be supported through appropriate care, attention, and patient trust in organic development. The daily watering of flowers becomes a practice of nurturing and faith, an expression of commitment to beauty and growth that may not produce immediate visible results, but that gradually creates the conditions within which natural potential can manifest according to its own inherent timing and logic. The seasonal awareness that governs gardening activities connects villagers to natural cycles and the kind of temporal wisdom that recognizes different seasons as appropriate for different activities, different forms of attention, and different approaches to living that honor, rather than resist the natural rhythms that affect all life. Learning to plant and harvest according to seasonal timing becomes a practice of aligning human activity with larger patterns that extend beyond individual preference or convenience, developing the kind of ecological awareness that recognizes individual well-being as inseparable from environmental health and natural balance. The collecting activities that characterize so much of Animal Crossing gameplay demonstrate how the human impulse to gather and preserve can serve deeper purposes than simple accumulation or material security. The careful attention required to notice different species of fish, insects, and fossils develops observational skills and appreciation for diversity that can transform casual encounters with natural phenomena into opportunities for wonder, learning, and the kind of detailed awareness that enriches daily experience and creates ongoing connection to the natural world that surrounds and sustains all human activity. The museum that houses collected specimens represents the transformation of individual discovery into collective knowledge and shared appreciation, demonstrating how personal interests and activities can serve community functions when guided by generous sharing and commitment to education and cultural preservation. The act of donating discoveries to the museum becomes a practice of contributing to something larger than individual collection, transforming private accumulation into public benefit and shared enrichment that serves educational and inspirational functions for entire communities across time. The economic system that governs Animal Crossing villages presents a radical alternative to conventional approaches to money, work, and material acquisition that prioritize competition, accumulation, and individual advancement over community welfare and mutual support. The game's economy operates according to principles of cooperation, patient development, and the kind of sustainable prosperity that benefits everyone rather than creating winners and losers through competitive struggle for limited resources or opportunities. Tom Nook's approach to lending and debt represents a complete reimagining of financial relationships that eliminates the stress, anxiety, and exploitative potential that characterize conventional economic systems. His interest-free loans and flexible payment schedules create opportunities for growth and development that serve individual aspiration while maintaining community stability and mutual support rather than creating pressure, competition, or the kind of economic anxiety that can undermine psychological well-being and social cohesion. The way villagers share resources, give gifts, and support each other's projects demonstrates how economic activity can serve relationship building and community strengthening, rather than creating division, hierarchy, or the isolation that often accompanies competitive economic systems focused primarily on individual advancement and material accumulation. The generous sharing of items, the celebration of others' achievements, and the cooperative approach to community development projects create models of economic interaction based on abundance, mutual benefit, and recognition that individual prosperity depends upon collective health and shared flourishing. The seasonal events and community celebrations that punctuate village life throughout the year represent a comprehensive approach to marking time, processing experience, and creating shared meaning that connects individual lives to larger cycles of renewal, reflection, and collective joy. These celebrations serve essential psychological and social functions that secular modern life often neglects, providing structured opportunities for gratitude, community bonding, and the kind of ritual observance that helps individuals and communities navigate transitions, process experiences, and maintain connection to values and purposes that transcend daily routine and immediate concerns. The way seasonal celebrations integrate natural cycles with cultural traditions demonstrates how human communities can align themselves with environmental rhythms while creating meaningful customs that serve both individual psychological needs and collective social cohesion. Spring festivals celebrate renewal and possibility. Summer events honor growth and abundance. Autumn gatherings acknowledge harvest and gratitude. Winter celebrations emphasize reflection and mutual support during challenging seasons. This cyclical approach to celebration creates ongoing opportunities for appropriate response to changing conditions and the kind of temporal awareness that recognizes different seasons as calling for different activities, attitudes, and forms of community engagement. The gift-giving traditions that characterize many Animal Crossing celebrations represent the transformation of material exchange into expressions of care, appreciation, and social bonding that strengthen relationships while creating experiences of generosity, gratitude, and mutual support. The careful selection of gifts that reflect recipients' preferences and interests becomes a practice of attention and empathy that deepens understanding and connection between community members, while demonstrating how material objects can serve relational functions when chosen and given with appropriate care and consideration. The decorating and customization activities that allow villagers to create personalized living spaces and community environments represent a profound understanding of how physical surroundings affect psychological well-being, creative expression, and sense of belonging within larger community contexts. The game's emphasis on decoration and design demonstrates how attention to beauty, comfort, and personal expression in daily environments serves essential human needs that extend far beyond mere aesthetic preference or material comfort. The ability to customize homes, arrange furniture, and create personalized spaces becomes a practice of self-expression and identity development that allows individuals to explore different aspects of personality, experiment with various aesthetic approaches, and create environments that support their authentic interests and activities. The ongoing process of redesigning and updating living spaces reflects the natural human need for change, growth, and creative expression, while providing safe opportunities for experimentation and self-discovery that can inform larger life choices and development. The community projects that allow entire villages to collaborate on infrastructure improvements and environmental enhancements demonstrate how individual contributions can serve collective benefit while creating shared experiences, accomplishment, and pride. The bridges, inclines, and public buildings that emerge through community cooperation represent tangible expressions of shared values and mutual support that create lasting improvements to everyone's daily experience and community enjoyment. The way villagers coordinate their efforts and resources to complete community projects demonstrates effective approaches to collective decision-making, resource allocation, and cooperative work that prioritize community benefit while respecting individual autonomy and diverse preferences. The collaborative process becomes an exercise in democracy, compromise, and shared responsibility that develops skills and attitudes essential for healthy community life and effective group problem solving. The relationships between different personality types and the way various character archetypes learn to appreciate and support each other, despite differences in temperament, priorities, and approaches to living, demonstrate profound wisdom about diversity, tolerance, and the benefits that emerge when communities embrace rather than suppress individual differences and varied approaches to common challenges and opportunities. The way peppy villagers learn to appreciate cranky villagers' wisdom and protection, while cranky villagers come to value peppy villagers' enthusiasm and optimism, creates models of intergenerational understanding and mutual support that transcend surface differences to recognize underlying shared values and complementary strengths. Similarly, the relationships between lazy and jock villagers, or between snooty and normal villagers, demonstrate how apparent opposites can create beneficial partnerships when approached with respect, patience, and genuine interest in understanding different perspectives and approaches. These relationship dynamics illustrate how authentic community requires not uniformity, but diversity, not agreement on all issues, but commitment to mutual support and shared flourishing despite differences in personality, priorities, and preferred approaches to common challenges. The game demonstrates how healthy communities benefit from having access to different perspectives, various skills, and diverse approaches to problem solving that emerge naturally when individuals are encouraged to develop and express their authentic nature rather than conforming to narrow expectations or uniform standards. The conflict resolution that occurs naturally within Animal Crossing communities demonstrates effective approaches to handling disagreements, misunderstandings, and personality conflicts that prioritize relationship preservation and mutual understanding over winning arguments or imposing individual preferences on others. The gentle way that villagers work through difficulties and the emphasis on forgiveness, patience, and ongoing relationship maintenance provide models for addressing conflict that serve long-term community health rather than short-term individual satisfaction. The way the game handles mistakes, failures, and setbacks demonstrates healthy approaches to learning, growth, and resilience that acknowledge difficulties and disappointments as natural parts of experience rather than as catastrophic failures that require avoidance or excessive self-criticism. The ability to restart activities, try different approaches, and learn from experience without permanent consequences creates safe spaces for experimentation and growth that can inform approaches to real-world challenges and development. The reset and recovery mechanisms that allow villagers to address mistakes without permanent damage demonstrate the importance of forgiveness, second chances, and the recognition that learning requires the freedom to make errors without catastrophic consequences. This approach to mistakes and failure creates environments that encourage appropriate risk-taking, creative experimentation, and the kind of learning that emerges through direct experience, rather than only through theoretical instruction or careful avoidance of potentially challenging situations. The way Animal Crossing integrates work and play demonstrates how meaningful activity can transcend conventional distinctions between labor and leisure, between obligation and enjoyment, between necessity and choice. The game's activities serve practical functions while also providing entertainment, social connection, and personal satisfaction, creating models of integrated living, where different life activities support and enhance each other, rather than competing for time and energy. The fishing, gardening, decorating, and social activities that constitute daily village life demonstrate how work can become play, and play can serve productive functions when activities align with personal interests, provide appropriate challenges, and contribute to individual well-being and community benefit. This integration suggests approaches to real-world work and career development that prioritize alignment between personal values, natural abilities, and opportunities for meaningful contribution, rather than accepting artificial divisions between work and life that create stress, dissatisfaction, and the compartmentalization that prevents authentic integration and holistic well-being. The creative expression opportunities that permeate all aspects of village life demonstrate how artistic activity and aesthetic awareness can be integrated into daily routine rather than relegated to specialized activities or professional pursuits that might be inaccessible to individuals who lack particular training or recognition. The ability to design clothing, create patterns, arrange furniture, and customize environments makes creative expression available to everyone, while demonstrating how artistic activity serves personal development and community enrichment, regardless of skill level or professional status. The way creativity is celebrated and shared within village communities demonstrates how individual artistic expression can serve collective benefit and mutual inspiration without requiring competition or comparison that might discourage participation or create hierarchy between different approaches and skill levels. The generous appreciation for diverse creative efforts and the supportive encouragement of individual expression create environments where creativity can flourish naturally as part of normal community life rather than as specialized activity available only to particularly gifted or trained individuals. The temporal awareness that governs all aspects of Animal Crossing experience demonstrates healthy relationships with time that balance patience with appropriate action, seasonal awareness with daily engagement, and long-term development with present moment attention. The game's rhythm teaches approaches to timing that recognize different activities as appropriate for different seasons, different times of day, and different stages of personal and community development. The way villagers learn to align their activities with natural timing while also maintaining consistent daily practices demonstrates how effective living requires both flexibility and reliability, both responsiveness to changing conditions and commitment to ongoing practices and relationships that provide stability and continuity. This balance between adaptation and consistency provides models for navigating the temporal challenges of real-world living that must accommodate both changing circumstances and enduring commitments. The patience that Animal Crossing naturally develops through its gradual progression and organic timing demonstrates alternatives to the instant gratification and forced acceleration that characterize much contemporary life. The game's natural rhythms teach appreciation for processes that unfold according to their own logic and timing, rather than according to human preferences or artificial schedules that might interfere with optimal development and authentic satisfaction. The social skills and emotional intelligence that develop through ongoing interaction with diverse personality types and various social situations demonstrate how community life naturally provides education in empathy, communication, and relationship maintenance that serves both individual development and collective well-being. The ongoing practice of understanding others' perspectives, adapting communication styles to different personalities, and maintaining relationships despite occasional conflicts creates skills and attitudes essential for healthy social functioning in any context. The way villagers learn to balance individual authenticity with social consideration demonstrates healthy approaches to personal identity development that neither sacrifice self-expression for social acceptance nor prioritize individual preferences over community welfare and mutual support. This balance between authenticity and consideration provides models for navigating real-world social challenges that require both individual integrity and social responsibility. Finally, the overall atmosphere of acceptance, support, and gentle encouragement that characterizes healthy Animal Crossing communities demonstrates how social environments can be structured to support individual growth and collective flourishing rather than creating competition, judgment, or the pressure to conform that can inhibit authentic development and meaningful contribution. The unconditional positive regard that villagers show for each other's efforts, the celebration of diverse achievements and contributions, and the patient support provided during difficulties create models of community culture that prioritize well-being over performance and mutual support over individual competition. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider how the wisdom embedded within this seemingly simple game world offers profound guidance for creating meaningful, satisfying, and authentic approaches to living that integrate individual fulfillment with community contribution, personal growth with mutual support, and present moment awareness with appropriate planning and seasonal sensitivity. The philosophy of simple living that Animal Crossing represents challenges contemporary assumptions about success, productivity, and the sources of genuine satisfaction, while offering alternative approaches that prioritize well-being, relationship, and sustainable practices that serve both individual authenticity and collective flourishing. The gentle world of Animal Crossing reminds us that meaningful life emerges not through dramatic achievement or constant striving, but through patient attention to daily activities, seasonal rhythms, and the ongoing relationships that create community support and shared meaning. Its wisdom suggests that happiness and fulfillment are available through approaches to living that anyone can adopt regardless of circumstances, that prioritize presence over achievement, cooperation over competition, and the kind of mindful engagement with ordinary activities that transforms routine existence into contemplative practice and daily life, into ongoing opportunity for growth, service, and authentic self-expression within supportive community contexts. As we bring our gentle journey through the wisdom of Animal Crossing to its peaceful conclusion, we find ourselves in a place of profound recognition and quiet understanding. Throughout this exploration of village life and its remarkable inhabitants, we have discovered that each character, each daily ritual, each seasonal celebration represents far more than simple game mechanics or charming entertainment. They embody timeless truths about what it means to live authentically, to contribute meaningfully to community life, and to find deep satisfaction through approaches to existence that honor both individual authenticity and collective flourishing. Tom Nook, with his patient lending practices and gradual development philosophy, has shown us that sustainable growth requires not forced acceleration or anxiety-driven achievement, but the kind of organic progression that allows individuals to develop capabilities and confidence at their own natural pace, while receiving appropriate support and encouragement from those who understand that authentic success emerges through steady, consistent effort rather than dramatic gestures or unsustainable intensity that might produce temporary results, but fail to create lasting satisfaction or genuine competence. Isabel, through her cheerful dedication to community service and her unwavering commitment to creating positive experiences for every villager, has demonstrated how individual excellence in seemingly mundane activities can serve profound purposes by creating the stable, supportive environment within which others can pursue their authentic interests and develop their unique gifts without anxiety about basic needs or community dysfunction that might otherwise demand attention and energy that could be directed toward creative expression and personal growth. The wandering souls like KK, Slider and Pascal have revealed how wisdom and meaning can be found through movement and change, as well as through rootedness and stability, how different approaches to living can serve equally valid purposes depending upon individual temperament and calling, and how communities benefit from exposure to diverse perspectives and alternative approaches that challenge conventional assumptions, while respecting the value of established traditions and stable foundations that provide continuity and beething, security for those who need predictability and routine. The keepers of knowledge like Blathers and Sable have shown us how patient dedication to preserving, sharing, and creating beauty serves essential functions that extend far beyond immediate practical benefit, to include the maintenance of cultural continuity, the nurturing of individual creativity, and the creation of environments that inspire wonder, learning, and appreciation for the accumulated wisdom and artistic achievement that represents humanity's ongoing attempt to create meaning and beauty in response to existence's fundamental mysteries. The seasonal spirits have demonstrated how celebration and ritual serve vital psychological and social functions by creating structured opportunities for community bonding, seasonal awareness, and the kind of meaningful marking of time that helps individuals and communities process experience, acknowledge transitions, and maintain connection to natural rhythms and cultural traditions that provide stability and continuity across changing circumstances and generational transitions. The service providers have illustrated how dignity and fulfillment can be found in any form of work when approached with genuine care for others' well-being, commitment to excellence, and understanding that individual success is inseparable from community health and collective flourishing. Their stories remind us that meaningful contribution comes not from status or recognition, but from authentic service to genuine needs and the alignment between individual gifts and community requirements that creates mutual benefit and shared satisfaction. The special visitors have shown us how brief encounters and unexpected meetings can provide exactly the guidance, challenge, or support needed for continued growth and development, how different forms of knowledge and perspective can serve essential functions, even when delivered through unconventional channels or timing that might not conform to planned schedules or predictable patterns, but that serve organic development and authentic learning. The villager archetypes have revealed how diversity of personality and approach strengthens rather than weakens communities, how different temperaments and life philosophies can complement each other when approached with mutual respect and genuine appreciation for varied contributions, and how authentic community requires not conformity, but the kind of inclusive appreciation that recognizes each individual's unique gifts while maintaining shared commitment to values and practices that serve collective welfare. The mysterious and rare figures have demonstrated how communities function through networks of specialized service and dedication that often operate invisibly but maintain essential systems and standards, how the most important work is frequently the least recognized, and how brief encounters with individuals whose roles we might not fully understand can nonetheless provide crucial support and guidance. during important transitions and developmental challenges. The complete philosophy of simple living that emerges through all these characters and their interactions represents a comprehensive alternative to contemporary approaches to success, happiness, and meaningful existence that prioritize speed over depth, achievement over presence, and individual advancement over collective flourishing. Animal Crossing's wisdom suggests that authentic satisfaction comes through patient attention to daily activities, seasonal awareness, genuine relationships, and the kind of mindful engagement with ordinary experience that transforms routine existence into contemplative practice. This gentle world reminds us that meaning is not something to be achieved through dramatic accomplishment or constant striving, but something that emerges naturally through authentic participation in community life, creative expression, and the ongoing relationships that provide both support and opportunity for service to purposes larger than immediate personal interests. The villages we have explored operate according to principles of cooperation rather than competition, gradual development rather than forced acceleration, and mutual support rather than individual struggle that suggest alternative approaches to organizing both personal life and social systems. The economic relationships within Animal Crossing communities demonstrate how material exchange and resource sharing can serve relationship building and community strengthening rather than creating division, anxiety, or the kind of competitive pressure that often characterizes conventional economic systems. The generous lending practices, gift-giving traditions, and cooperative approach to community projects create models of economic interaction based on abundance, trust, and recognition that individual prosperity depends upon collective health and shared flourishing. The creative expression opportunities that permeate village life demonstrate how artistic activity and aesthetic awareness can be integrated into daily routine rather than relegated to specialized pursuits, how everyone can participate in creating beauty and meaning, regardless of training or recognition, and how individual creativity serves community enrichment while providing essential outlets for personal authenticity and self-expression that contribute to psychological well-being and social connection. The conflict resolution and social harmony that characterize healthy Animal Crossing communities provide models for handling disagreements and personality differences that prioritize relationship, preservation, and mutual understanding over winning arguments or imposing individual preferences, that recognize diversity as strength rather than threat, and that approach difficulties as opportunities for learning and growth rather than as failures to be avoided or reasons for abandoning relationships and commitments. The temporal awareness that governs all aspects of village life demonstrates healthy relationships with time that balance patience with appropriate action, seasonal sensitivity with daily engagement, and long-term development with present-moment attention. This approach to timing recognizes different activities as appropriate for different seasons and stages, while maintaining the consistency and reliability that provides stability and continuity for individual development and community functioning. The integration of work and play that characterizes village activities demonstrates how meaningful engagement can transcend conventional distinctions between obligation and enjoyment, between necessity and choice. When activities align with personal values and interests, while serving genuine needs and contributing to community welfare. This integration suggests approaches to real-world career and life planning that prioritize alignment between individual authenticity and opportunities for meaningful contribution, rather than accepting artificial divisions that create stress and dissatisfaction. As you rest in these final moments of our exploration, allow yourself to carry the gentle wisdom of Animal Crossing into your dreams and onward into your waking life. The characters we have encountered, From Tom Nook's patient mentorship to Pascal's flowing philosophy, from the peppy villager's infectious enthusiasm to the cranky villager's protective care, each offer gifts of understanding about how to live with greater presence, authenticity, and connection to both individual purpose and community welfare. Their world reminds us that happiness is not a destination to be reached through achievement, but a way of engaging with daily experience that can be cultivated through attention, gratitude, and the kind of mindful participation in ordinary activities that transforms routine existence into ongoing opportunity for wonder, growth, and service. The simple activities of fishing, gardening, decorating, and visiting with neighbors become doorways to deeper awareness when approached with appropriate attention and appreciation for their capacity to provide both immediate satisfaction and lasting meaning. The seasonal celebrations and community traditions that mark village life throughout the year demonstrate how cultural practices and ritual observance can serve essential functions in processing experience, marking transitions, and maintaining connection to values and purposes that transcend immediate circumstances while creating opportunities for joy, gratitude, and shared meaning that strengthen individual resilience and community cohesion. The relationships between different personality types and the way various approaches to living can complement and enhance each other when approached with respect and appreciation illustrate how authentic community requires not uniformity, diversity, not agreement on all issues, but commitment to mutual support and recognition that different perspectives and approaches can serve equally valuable functions in addressing common challenges and pursuing shared aspirations. The economic principles that govern village prosperity demonstrate how material exchange and resource allocation can serve relationship building and community strengthening when guided by values of cooperation, generosity, and long-term thinking that prioritizes collective welfare alongside individual satisfaction. These principles suggest alternatives to competitive economic systems that create anxiety and division while offering models of sustainable prosperity based on mutual support and shared responsibility. The creative expression and aesthetic awareness that permeate all aspects of village life remind us that beauty and artistic activity serve essential functions in human well-being that extend far beyond entertainment or luxury too, include identity development, community enrichment, and the kind of meaningful self-expression that contributes to both individual authenticity and collective culture that reflects and celebrates the community's values and aspirations. Tonight, as you settle into peaceful rest, carry with you the understanding that the wisdom of Animal Crossing is not fantasy but practical guidance for authentic living, not escape from reality, but deeper engagement with the possibilities for meaning, connection, and satisfaction that exist within any life when approached with appropriate attention, appreciation, and commitment to values that serve both individual flourishing and community welfare. The gentle rhythms of village life, the patient dedication of its residents, the seasonal cycles that mark time's passage, and the ongoing relationships that create stability and support all remind us that meaningful existence is available to anyone willing to embrace approaches to living that prioritize presence over productivity, relationship over achievement, and the kind of mindful engagement with ordinary experience that discovers extraordinary meaning in the simplest activities and most basic human connections. Sleep peacefully tonight, knowing that the village continues its gentle existence somewhere in the realm of possibility and imagination. where Tom Nook tends his shop with patient care, where Isabel maintains her cheerful service, where the seasons turn in their eternal cycle of renewal and rest, and where a community of diverse individuals has learned to live together with mutual respect, shared celebration, and the kind of authentic harmony that emerges when different approaches to life are appreciated as complementary gifts rather than competing philosophies. Dream of villages where cooperation replaces competition, where individual authenticity enhances rather than threatens community harmony, where work and play integrate into meaningful activity, where seasonal awareness connects daily life to natural rhythms, where creative expression serves both personal fulfillment and community enrichment, and where the simple activities of daily existence become opportunities for wonder, growth, and the kind of gentle service that transforms ordinary living into extraordinary meaning, through patient attention to what matters most deeply in human experience and relationship. And so, as the gentle evening settles over our exploration of this remarkable world, we find ourselves transformed by the quiet wisdom that flows through every corner of Animal Crossing's peaceful villages. Each character we have encountered, from the patient guidance of Tom Nook to the flowing philosophy of Pascal, from the seasonal celebrations that mark time's passage to the daily rituals that transform ordinary activities into contemplative practice, has offered us profound insights about what it means to live authentically within supportive community. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, carry with you the understanding that meaningful existence requires not dramatic achievement, but patient attention to daily experience, not competitive struggle, but cooperative engagement, not constant striving, but mindful presence with whatever each moment offers. The villagers continue their gentle routines somewhere in the realm of peaceful possibility, tending their gardens with seasonal awareness, sharing their gifts with generous hearts, and creating together the kind of harmonious community that demonstrates how individual authenticity and collective flourishing can support and enhance each other when guided by wisdom, compassion, and genuine care for what matters most deeply. Sleep well, dream peacefully, and wake tomorrow, ready to bring the gentle teachings of village life into your own daily rhythm of presence, creativity, and authentic connection with the world around you.